We ready? All right, let's get started. Welcome to our City Council workshop meeting. Again, we're going electronic for a portion of it. It's hereby given that Washington City will hold a public electronic workshop meeting on Wednesday, June 24th, 2020 at 4:30 in the council chambers. Meeting will be held broadcast via YouTube link at www.washingtoncity.org/meetings. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for tonight.
So made by Clough.
I have a second. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Move to item 2, discussion of possibility of a low impact development requirement related to the MS4 stormwater discharge permit. Assistant Public Works Director Lester Dalton. You there, Lester?
I can't hear you.
Turn off your mute.
That should work. Can you hear me now? Hey, Council, Mayor. It's been a while since I've been before you guys, so pardon my nervousness. Hopefully you guys have had an opportunity to look through the requirements of the permit. This is a component that we've been working on with the Dixie Stormwater Coalition for well over a year now, trying to kind of weave our way through this and make sure that we are able to stay in compliance with our permit. It was just reissued to us in February with some pretty significant changes. Probably the most significant change was the requirement for the retention, which is keeping of the 80th percentile rain event on all new development or redevelopment projects within our MS4 boundaries. So it's a citywide requirement in the local area down here. The cities that are permitted through the MS4 program in the state is Washington City, St. George City, Santa Clara City, as well as Ivins City. Hurricane is not currently regulated as an MS4. They're only regulated basically by the state in that area. The city themselves are not permitted for it. So in a nutshell, what it boils down to is the state has required that we make requirements of all new development and redevelopment projects to retain, which is keep on site, and either percolate or evapotranspire the 80th percentile rain event, which in our area equates to 0.44 inches. So it's a pretty significant volume of water that they're saying cannot discharge. It's required to stay on site and be either percolated or taken up by plants or evaporated before it's allowed to discharge. The secondary requirement associated with that is that we must do it by way of low impact development processes. The only real out that we've got with the program is they put some stipulations in there that we must do this unless it can be deemed as technically infeasible. So the reason for this LID manual that we've created is to try and define what them technical infeasibilities are, which can be groundwater, depth to bedrock, expansive soils, collapsible soils, high gypsum content, proximity to structures, proximity to roadways, proximity to utility lines. And we're required to allow a minimum of 5 of what the state's 10 BMPs, which is best management practices. We're required to allow a minimum of 5 of those. So if you've had a look at the document, we've highlighted the 5 that we have gone into detail that we feel like are feasible in the area. It's not to say that some of the others would not be feasible. They could be feasible, and we have to allow them to present them and present the results and recommendations from an engineering perspective if they're going to propose them. So this is a big deal. It's a huge ordeal to maintain that much water. So it's not just the water that falls on the rooftops, it's the water that falls on the entire site. And if you think about that, that's almost a ½ inch of water over a 10-acre area. That's a huge volume. So this document is our attempt to determine feasibility. If it's infeasible, we're still required to do it to the maximum extent practical. And there's one of the BMPs that they have called out that we must address, and that is rainwater harvest. And I don't know that there's any way that we can determine that that is completely infeasible, unless it's from a cost perspective, which they've allowed in the permit. The cost is one of the determining factors of infeasibility. So in a nutshell, that's where it is. I hope everybody's had an opportunity to look at it. It's a lot to take in, and I'd be happy to walk you through and answer any questions that you've got with the document or with the proposed changes of the resolution.
So Lester, if I may, Mayor, got some questions. You know me and you have talked about this quite a bit over the past bit. The more and more I dive into this, the more and more I don't like it. And the reason why I don't like it is I think it infringes on the public property of people. And the fact that they can come in and have all these regulations and put all these infractions on the private lot owner. If you go in and say, hey, we're going to harvest, we're going to retain on our lot, then the city has in the way this ordinance is written, the city has the right to go in there and check to make sure it's done. We're incurring costs on the property owners. We're incurring costs for them to get engineering done to make sure it's done. The regulation annually, the reports they have to get filled out. It's just all these additional costs that we're incurring on the single lot owners. And I don't know how you can do that, because then you're all of a sudden, then they have to get an easement to get on it. The way that the ordinance is written right now, I mean, I went through it and I was blown away at some items that, and just you guys, this report was done very well. I think staff did a really good job of laying it out what the state's requiring. I blame the state 100% on how this is coming down, and don't agree with the way that they're infringing on our public rights on our personal property. That's what I have a problem with on this, is that it's, yeah, you will detain it, you retain it on site, and you're going to certify that it got done, and we're going to charge you for it. And I don't know how we can physically be okay with doing that. I have a real problem without the state coming down and justifying to us as a council that that's done. I mean, under the building permit, is this gonna infringe any current lots, I guess is my first question.
No, this will basically be no existing vesting that's in place. We've vetted that pretty heavily with the coalition. Everybody's kind of weighed in on that. We can't really go down that road, but it will be anything coming forward. And that's one of the things that we brought up in the document, and something that council needs to be aware of. This is something that needs to be in consideration even at zoning time, because like I said, that it's a very large volume of water, and if they're going to try and localize that to a specific location for an entire development, or even a commercial zoning, any of that stuff, it's going to require quite a bit of property. So we want them to be considering it at minimum at zoning, and they basically, in order to comply with this, they're going to have their plan in place and all of the issues addressed and worked through prior to even approaching with a preliminary plat. Because like I said, it's going to be a dramatic effect on layout depending upon what their chosen BMPs are to meet this requirement. You know, for example, if they're proposing vegetated strips that are 10 feet outside of the roadway, they still need to maintain the 20 feet away from the homes. That's going to affect their setbacks. It's going to affect the entire layout of the project.
Well, and even in the report, Lester, I mentioned this to you, is that it calls out that it should be 25 feet away from a home, but no more than 100. Most of our homes are back 20 feet.
That has to do with the disconnected impervious discussion.
Yes.
And what they're looking at for that is that it needs to be an overland sheet flow for a minimum of 25 feet, but no more than 100 feet. I think that's doable for the most part, unless we've got a situation where the homes have only got a 20-foot setback, if they're going to be using that as their proposed BMPs.
Yeah, and I think, and the report it broke it down quite well of you do reduce a lot of water when you break the flow from the rain gutters to the street.
Yes, it's significant, and that's what our hope is that even a worst case scenario, for example, an R16 residential unit in a Class D soil, we're still able to show that just by disconnecting the impervious in that environment, we're able to percolate more water into the ground than what the rainwater harvest would accomplish. And that was kind of the reason that we went down this road, is to try and meet the terms of the permit, which it stipulated the maximum extent practical. From an engineering perspective, we feel like that's practical. Rain barrels, personally, I don't think they're practical. We've got no means of verifying that they're used, no means to verify if anybody even wants them. And if they don't want them and they sit there full of stagnant water, they're not going to accomplish anything in the rain event. So it's kind of a moot point if nobody's using them.
But I think my biggest heartburn about how our ordinance is written is it's basically like we got to show that we're compliant all the way through.
Correct.
How do we expect a regular who it doesn't deal with stormwater, isn't educated on this information, have to deal with their rainwater? I mean, that's a huge learning curve to expect everyone to understand that the state's mandating that they are the responsibility and that they have to incur these costs going forward. I just don't think that's feasible.
I agree.
And the tough thing I have is that this is worded as if it's a commercial industry that's used to dealing with the facilities. Hey, we have maintenance, we have this stuff. This is going toward the homeowners, and I just don't believe the homeowners should have to do this. I understand in an industrial setting, commercial setting, they have more impervious area. They have more asphalt, more concrete. They have a way more area that they have to account for. So the rainwater is typically coming off faster than a standard lot. Now, when we get into townhomes and apartments, yes, that's typically more of a commercial. But as a standard lot owner, I just don't see how it's even feasible to require our residents to go down this road.
Councilman Coates, you may if I jump in.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to interrupt where you're going.
I really hope you guys all know I've dove into this because I've known about LID for a long time, and me and Lester have had lots of conversations, and I think they've done a very good presenting of
I appreciate where you're coming from, because honestly, I mean, you're protecting and defending citizens, and you're protecting and defending your own customers, because honestly, it's probably the only people who are going to benefit from this are the engineers.
Is me, right?
Right.
So the people that the firm that I work for,
So here's one of my first questions is, I'm concerned about how we're going to actually police this and monitor this, and then I'm concerned about how the city will need to react to this as in our larger stormwater in a larger way we treat stormwater, because if we modify the collection ponds and the facilities that we have in place currently to deal with rainwater, they will be vastly oversized, because we're going into a new world where they have to capture that all on site. But, and this is the biggest but, I don't think this legislation will stand. I think that the state of Utah didn't understand what they were passing, didn't have a clue. They're trying to force down on the states or on the cities new legislation for low-income housing. This is going to take housing costs and increase them. So I think we kind of almost need to be prepared for it in both ways in the short term, but I don't think we can change any of our local zoning and regulations to modify the way we're collecting water now, because I don't think this will stand. I think people will get fed up with this, and they'll.
So
sue them,
Maybe,
honestly.
maybe Lester, you can explain the ramifications if we don't proceed forward with this, though, because there are some.
You'll say that again?
The
Chancellor?
ramifications from the state, because we're in the MS4 program. So Lester's better at explaining what will happen
Lester-
to the city.
Councilman, before you go into that, may I just jump in here? First and foremost, what I see is this is overreach. Being a contractor and a history and geology and owning a rain gutter company, I've crossed the bridge with this several times with trying to capture rainwater and trying to, it concerns me that we're enacting new regulations that could really be problematic for our citizens to try to even understand it in the first place and comply in the others. And so obviously I've like Councilman Coates, I've spent some time on it, and I have a kind of a laundry list of concerns that I have that I would need to have resolved before I would feel good about endorsing anything even close to this. So thank you.
So I would like to hear the answer to Councilman Coates' question there.
Okay, the ramifications are they can pull our permit. They can penalize us. I gave you guys a copy of the full permit.
Yes.
I can screen share it for you if you'd like, or you can flip to page 36 of the permit. You've got the full copy, and I just highlighted the area specifically dealing with the LID and the 80th percentile retention. But this is our duty to comply according to the conditions of the permit. And they do have some pretty significant penalties associated with violation of any of these conditions of what they're stipulating that we must do in order to stay in compliance with the permit. The initial penalties associated with it are $10,000 per day for any such violation of that requirement. The secondary to that is if they determine that is willfully and negligently violates the permit, it becomes a $25,000 per day.
Towards who?
That would be toward the city, because this is our permit. This is our discharge permit in order to discharge to waters of the state, which would include the Mill Creek drainage, the Virgin River drainage, and any other significant drainages that they would stake claim to. It would be Grapevine Wash, Cottonwood Wash.
I'm sorry, I'm just getting lost.
Councilman Ward, it's always the state. The state of Utah has issued this MS4 permit to Washington City.
Right, but so it's the state of Utah that will fine the city if we do not fine and enforce it on our.
No, if we do not comply and move forward with the items in the permit, they can fine us per day. Just like if you do an infraction and go to a commercial site and you're dumping oil into the river, they can fine you for that.
And it's not just the state that can step in. The Clean Water Act gave the EPA the ability to step in as well, and impose their own fines in addition to the state's fines.
I'm having trouble understanding him.
So it goes.
No, I mean
So the EPA told the state, basically, you got to infringe these stormwater. So they come up with these, and the city has to apply for the MS4 permit to discharge into the body of water. Am I right, Lester?
That's correct.
It seems almost crazy for not just my lifetime, but every Utahns lifetime in the world that's ever lived in Utah. We have loved and desired and desperately needed water to run off of everything and run into our waterways.
But the problem is the dirtiness of the water. That's what the low impact design. So they're trying to clean the water before it gets to the body of water.
I understand. I'm just we're going to evaporate it off. Yeah, that's.
Well, and this is kind of a reach not only just to clean up the water, it's also a reach to try and percolate it all, anything that they can to try and make a developed site. Their concept is they're making a developed site mimic the natural environment, which, you know, if you go to Washington State, I can see a lot of this making a little bit of sense. But in our environment, very little of the water that falls in southern Utah actually percolates into the ground. The bulk of it is straight runoff, and it ends up in the river. But what they're stipulating to us has nothing to do with a southern Utah specific requirement as much as it is. They're just saying this is a statewide basis. This is what's expected on a statewide basis. And originally it was the 90th percentile event, which was about a 1/10 of an inch more than where ultimately the permit landed at the 80th percentile.
Hey, Lester, this is Councilman Staley. You've been working on it for a year. I've had it since Friday, and trying to swallow this this resolution. But my question is, why is it that Hurricane City is not bound by these same requirements, and why is it that that us and the others that you named are?
Basically, what it boils down to is when the phase 2 program was implemented, which we are a phase 2 city, we're what's considered a small MS4. When that program was initially implemented and the first permit was issued in 2007, that was the phase 2 of what the permitting requirement in the state of Utah was. Phase 1 was only Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County. Phase 2 brought everybody else in that was part of a metropolitan area that had a certain population within a certain square miles, almost the identical way that the Dixie MPO was created. The exact same concept. So they pooled the metropolitan area together, and because of our proximity to St. George, we got lumped in. There was enough vacant ground between Washington and Hurricane that they didn't get lumped in. They didn't have that population center.
Do we have a choice now whether or not we want to be part of that? Did we have a choice then?
No, there was no choice given. It was basically mandated that we were required to have a permit from the state for all of our the MS4. That acronym stands for the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System. So as soon as the development occurs and you start channelizing it and it becomes a municipal system that discharges to the state, that requires a permit.
So I noticed the other municipalities on the manual or the guide, whatever, have they already passed this, or what?
No, they have not. I did touch base with the other municipalities. Their intent is to do it sometime next month. They didn't have a council meeting that was toward the end of the month that they could get ready and get a presentation ready to go. I had everything ready to go and was just waiting for the final document that we finally got from Fuller, and all of our red lines and concerns were addressed. So I figured it'd be a good idea to present it and see if we could meet the deadline.
So give a couple practical examples of how this would affect just a typical, single family residential development, or, typical townhome development or commercial. What added layers of regulation is this going to impose on them, and how's it going to be policed?
Let me start with the policing on that. The policing is done by way of the post-construction maintenance agreement that is recorded against all new developments, and that's already in place. We're currently doing it to accommodate whatever facilities they've got that need to be maintained for flood control. So their detention basins, any open channels, any of that stuff, the stuff that goes on behind the homes, for example, up to Shooting Star, that kind of stuff. That is something that they're required, and it's typically an HOA that's doing it, but the agreement is recorded prior to the actual subdivision occurring. So in essence, each individual lot is also obligated to it. But they're required to maintain their facilities and perform an inspection once per year.
Right there for a second. You keep saying they, and this is really complex, and I'm trying to follow this. If you could just not say they anymore, if you could say the homeowner or the developer or the city, I'm really having a hard time understanding and following what you're saying because you keep referring to they or them.
Well, it depends upon how they set up their development. It could be the homeowners association,
Then say
or it could be the individual. It depends upon entirely upon how they set up their development and how they set up their facilities. It could be the commercial lot, and the current owner of the lot or the management company that's associated with a townhome project. It kind of is a they. It just depends entirely upon the development.
I do have Council Starkey would like to pitch in. Are you there, Jeff? Your hand's raised. Okay. All right, I guess not.
You know, maybe it's easier to just pick a subdivision, for example. So whose subdivision should we pick? Let's pick Craig's.
My house, Steeplechase.
Yes, we'll just pick Steeplechase. Steeplechase has a detention area, which is currently in place. Their homeowners association would do an inspection on that on a yearly basis and report that back to us, what them inspection results were. That inspection has to be performed by somebody with some stormwater experience, whether it be a registered stormwater inspector, a civil engineer with drainage experience and background, just somebody with some kind of training to perform that inspection on a yearly basis. They report that inspection back to the city. We include that with our reporting back to the state every year, which we have to report to the state every year on our program and where it's at, and any violations that we've had, any infractions, anything to that effect. Now, part of that oversight that we as a city have is we've got to make sure that we're getting that yearly inspection done by the homeowners association. Then once every 5 years, we are required to go and do an inspection ourselves with their inspector, just to verify and certify that, hey, it has been being done. It is reflective of what their yearly inspections have been. And then we're required to report that back to the state. So that's how things are operating today.
And that would be for an HOA subdivision, but technically that subdivision doesn't apply to this because they were grandfathered in because they came in before, right?
No,
Correct.
That detention is already currently that way. This is a whole nother type of detention. This is a retention of a certain amount of 0.44 inches. The 80th percentile storm is an additional on top of that. It's totally different. So it's a whole nother regulation that we got to go deal with. We're already having to deal with the detentions, which is needed. We do need that. And the HOA should be responsible for their own detention. But now the state's saying, hey, also, by the way, we want you to hold back a little bit of that water so it can percolate into the ground. That can't percolate the ground because it's clay. Around here, it doesn't work. The only area that it might work is Green Springs. I agree. There's soil classifications from A, B, C, and D. Typically A and B, we can get some percolation. C and D, no. Most our soils south of the I-15 is a CD. They had it in the exhibits. What's the percentage in your mind, Lester, of how much is C and D in our area?
We've actually got it called out in the document. I can't remember.
I read it.
I think it's close to 40%.
So 40% is C and D or A and B, sorry.
I think it's 40. It's in the document. That was actually one of the breakdowns that Fuller went through for us. They broke it down for all the communities. It's
40 or 50, somewhere in there that even doesn't even feasibly work for this application. And the other thing that I get concerned is that doesn't include the clays we deal with. That's just like hard rock and bad soils. Then we bring in the blue clay or the yellow clay. There's all sorts of clays that isn't structurally buildable anyways. But I'm just saying there's even more of those areas that are just doesn't work. And that's why I have such a hard problem with this is the intent. I like the intent of LID. Let's clean up our water before it gets. Let's percolate it back into the ground. It does not work for Southern Utah. And that's why I have such a hard problem with it. And in my opinion, we should push for LID, support the development community by having LID so that they can, like, we're doing LID in my mind down Main Street. It's going through the rocks before it ends up in the storm drain system. And we're going to have some vegetation in there a little bit to help with that. So that's an aspect of LID is we're collecting the water, trying to clean it, and then dumping it out. But don't make every homeowner have to deal with that and maintain it and regulate it. How is that even feasible on a single lot homeowners? That's where I struggle.
Another aspect of the soils that Councilman Coates did a great job explaining. Another side of it is the soluble soils. The dissolvable soils makes it further difficult to make this work in any fashion, in my opinion. Lester, let me ask you, I would like to know, after I get done, I want to read something here, but I would like to know what the EPA's involvement is this and as if they have any enforcement. Polluted stormwater runoff is commonly transported through municipal separate stormwater systems and then often discharged untreated into local water bodies. The MS4 is a conveyance or system of conveyance that is usually owned by the state, city, town, village, designed to collect water, stormwater, and not part of sewer. Now I read that for citizens that may be listening to this at home and get a better grasp on what we're talking about. I think when you talk about the scope and size of this and the outcomes that are being sought, I think that at the legislative level, I think that there will be pushback regarding this when they find out, especially down in Southern Utah, that the desired outcome really isn't going to be achievable, in my opinion.
Well, I'm concerned that I'm more concerned the fact that it looks like we're looking for money. It feels to me like the state is looking for money to generate funds. Here's my fee, go pay your engineer, then pay us to document it. I'm just afraid that we're incurring all these additional costs on our homeowners that isn't necessary.
Which amount to new regulations and new costs.
New costs.
That creates enforcement and further.
And it's all just getting put onto the cities. How is that? They're requiring us to do this. And I mean, our stormwater, we've created, we have one stormwater full-time position, right, Lester?
We've got 2 currently. We just hired our first stormwater inspector. That will be his only task is to do inspections on actual individual homes. You guys approved back in, I believe it was February, for a second one. We're struggling to find somebody qualified and competent to do that. And then we've got a stormwater coordinator that are dedicated basically to this program. And then currently we only have 2 stormwater dedicated maintenance employees. So the total program right now is 4 employees, with a 5th already approved.
So I look at this, sorry if I feel emotional, I just get really frustrated with overreach is how I look at it. Is it all based off the Clean Water Act? The Clean Water Act was because those big cities were dumping nasty pollutants into the rivers. We've gone full circle now to that the single lot owner can't even discharge the rainwater off his roof. It just seems insane to me. And if he does, then they have to detain it. It just seems insane to me. I'm all about promoting ideas for cleaning the water up. I'm not about regulating our residents to do it. So I don't know how we get to that point. Lester, if you have any ideas, I know you've been working on this for a long time. I say we promote it, but don't penalize them and infringe them on doing this. I'd rather spend the money on education and teaching people how to, hey, if you do this, promote ideas of, hey, you can't discharge within 10 feet of the sidewalk, so that it has to go through the landscaping before it gets to the street. Do swells. In this report, they did a great job on the bioswell. It's a great idea, but what standard homeowner who doesn't have an engineering background is going to go put in a perforated pipe with some peat gravel and then a base course and then an engineered native soil and then the topsoil? and then maintain it and collect it. That's all great. And I could think you could do it on a commercial site, but a standard residential, they just don't have the knowledge to do that. And then how do you regulate that and certify that that's done on a yearly basis? I mean, the next homeowner comes by in and now we have deed restrictions on our lots that say that we have deed restrictions that says the city has the right to come in and inspect this. You're just taking away people's property rights at this point. But we should promote it. We should promote cleaning the water up because we should.
Any additional comments, Lester? Council?
That's all I've got. Just want to reiterate that our deadline to have this in place is July 1st. And would be happy to answer any additional questions you guys may have. There are 2 items on your agenda. The first is the resolution to adopt this manual. The second would be the adjustments that would need to be made to the post-construction ordinance that we have in place, the post-construction stormwater ordinance, in order to give us the authority to do what we need to in order to stay in compliance with the permit.
Thank you. I see Council Starkey.
Yeah, I apologize, Mayor and Council.
Starkey, hold on. Councilman Ward had a question.
Oh, no, go ahead.
What kind of teeth are in that deadline? The
other cities aren't even on their agendas yet. We're working.
Well, I know, but I'm just trying to say I understand this because this was totally different than what I understood was going to be coming out before us. And again, because I went to the rollout meeting on this where the state was trying to help people understand it. There was a fairly broad consensus at that this wouldn't have very many implications to our city. I'm pretty surprised to find out now that we've been working on this for this long and that we've got massive changes coming down the pipe. So again, my question is, what kind of teeth are actually in the deadline?
Well, this permit, the issuance of this permit, they postponed this requirement. It's basically been postponed for almost 3 years. They would keep telling us, we're still reviewing it. We're trying to get the guidance manual out, and then they postponed it another 6 months down the road and postponed it another 6 months down the road. Well, they finally finalized on it in February and basically gave us till July 1st to have this implemented. They had numerous public comments on it. As a coalition, we commented every time that we think this is an overreach, that it doesn't fit our area and our environment down here. And it's when our permit was issued, this was in it. And this is a statewide permit. If you look at the state's website, there's actually, I think there's 3 individual permits that were given. One of them was specifically challenging this requirement, and they still imposed it on that individual permit that was not the same as the rest of the state.
So we don't know what teeth are in the requirement or in the deadline?
The teeth are the fines.
Maybe Council Starkey might know.
Yeah, I wish I didn't. This is all that we dislike about government bureaucracy and unfunded mandates, especially when they kick down from the federal government through state government, who then passes it on down to local government, who has to take care of the whole thing. They're the ones that have to run with it. And I mean, Lester became one of the most knowledgeable about our post-construction runoff issues, stormwater issues we've had in the area. And he was staying on top of what was already seemed to be an awful lot of regulation for local municipalities. This adds an additional layer on that just seems impractical on top of just being unfair. And so Lester, and I don't know if you can even summarize this quickly from a real application standpoint. How does this impact a lot owner who buys into a new subdivision that we approve in 2 months? Now that we're not just dealing with a post-construction stormwater agreement that we work with the HOA on, now you're dealing with individual lot owners. How do you see this as functionally? How is this even going to be practically approached?
From a practicality perspective, I can see the initial response from the engineering community is the first thing they're going to want to do is just basically dig an additional hole in the bottom of their detention basin, 6 inches to a foot deep below the outlet. And at that point, they just generated a swamp full of mosquitoes. It's going to smell. It'll be growing cattails. Everyone will complain about it. And then the response to that will be that nobody liked this approach. So then they're going to turn around and try and put it onto the individual lot owners. So now they're going to do a bioswale or something in each individual property, and each lot owner is going to be responsible for that. Or they may decide that each home is going to be required to install a tree box filter or 2 on their property. From a practicality perspective, engineering wise, they can say that works, and they can make that work, and everything would be good, and it may work the day it's installed. But all of the facilities, regardless of which route they choose, are going to require ongoing maintenance. A tree box filter, for example, there's going to come a day when it no longer functions. We're going to be able to notice that it's no longer functioning and not doing what it was intended to do, and they're going to have to rip out all of the engineered soils that have been put in it and rebuild it from ground zero all the way through. The detention basins, the knee-jerk reaction is going to be that they want them to fill up and not have that swamp and the mosquitoes and the cattails anymore in them. But every year they've got to document to us that they are in place, and once every 5 years we go and verify that they're in place. And if they're not, they're in non-compliance with our ordinance, which I don't know how much longer the state's going to let us continue down that road. But right now, it's just I believe it's a Class B misdemeanor, just prosecuted. You know, if they refuse to comply, it just goes through our court system, and the penalties are imposed that way. The state has already been leaning toward a fee in lieu, basically, an expedited settlement offer, they refer to it as. So you establish a fee schedule for whatever the infraction is. You notify them that they're in non-compliance, and they can either choose to pay the fine and bring it into compliance, or we prosecute. So
that's on an individual lot owner perspective. Now It's not a subdivision perspective, which again, added another, kind of another folder onto the duties that you have had in working with our stormwater runoff with the 5-year kind of audit to make sure it's being done correctly. And you're checking on it on behalf of the city because the state looks to the city and you to make sure that folks are in compliance every 5 years on that kind of that on the system is in place right now. This is now going to shoot to a individual lot owner's perspective.
It potentially could, depending upon the design that the engineers come up with.
But either way,
what gets approved through?
Either through the HOA or not, because it's either going to be the HOA maintaining it, it's going to be a city maintained, HOA maintained, or a private property owner. And it's all going to stem down to the private property owners, even in the HOAs, unless the city's maintaining them, which we don't maintain most of the detention ponds. We maintain a few regional ones, but we don't maintain the smaller subdivision detention ponds.
We specifically don't. That's why Lester gets a contract with every subdivision that comes in to make sure that they understand that that's in place. That's their responsibility. And again, it's unfunded mandates. It's these unfunded mandates that come down through Because it'd be nice just to blame it on the state of Utah, but I mean, it passed on down through the federal government, the state government, who then just passed it on down to us. And I guess unless we can create another layer of bureaucracy there, it stops with us, but we have no funds to try to support us or our citizens in trying to comply with it. I just don't know if there's a way around that system. When you say, what are the teeth in it? I don't know what way around there is for us if we don't, just because we don't approve of or appreciate another unfunded mandate that we don't understand.
Council Starkey, this is Councilman Ivy.
Mhm.
Wonder if it might be beneficial for us to explore with the legislature, maybe even through the LPC, that the idea that not one size fits all, even in Utah. Because if you think about Washington County on a large scale, most of our water that we get is in the Navajo Aquifer, which comes from the north, and most of our discharge water goes to the south through very, very bad soil. So I'm just wondering if that's something that we could explore and maybe at least see if there's a possibility to plead our own specific case in that event. But we can talk about it later.
City
We
manager.
really can't talk about it. The agenda to vote for
I
it
mean,
in your next
tomorrow.
meeting.
Yeah, so remember, this is, I think this is, a challenge is going to be a challenge, but I agree. If that's the position of the council, then what we probably ought to do is have an analysis of how we generate a challenge. Again, I'm pretty sure we're not alone in our concern here. The challenge that is presented right now is this is Utah Administrative Code. And to take you all back to your administrative law classes, what happens is when the legislature sets the agencies up and they give the agencies the laws that govern the agencies, then the agencies have rulemaking authority typically inside their authority from the legislature. And so the legislature will be an important part of this, but what we've traditionally found with the legislature when it comes to administrative rulemaking, and whether that's coming from the Division of Water Quality, whether that's coming from the state auditor's office, is if they're functioning within the parameters of the Utah Code in their ability to make rules, then they are allowed to do that. And so I'm wondering if it's complicated, it's more complicated. And the EPA is a good example of this. The EPA issues all sorts of mandates that Congress many times does or does not, or can or cannot even intervene on without curtailing the whole role of the EPA. I'm wondering if it might be beneficial to have Council Starkey look at how's the approach, how we would have to approach this from a protest or an appeal point of view, but it is complicated because it is the administrative code and not necessarily the state code.
Well, not to mention, Melissa had already mentioned the fact that, and we've seen this with our tortoise habitat and just everything that's spun off of that in terms of getting roadways through later on. And they have this system of, supposedly comment periods and those things. And this is across, a nation of 350 million people. And we're micromanaging it down to individual small lot owners. And then but then at the end of the day, we delegate oversight of that and the conformance of what the regulations were from a federal level to a local municipality and to a department that has to take care of it. And that's where everything falls at the end of the day. And you can do all the comments you want on the bigger level on that, but when it gets down to it, this has to be almost the same problem in every community across the country, I would imagine, if this is what's being imposed on them, because that's how broad this type of legislation or an agency like the EPA, when they issue something, that's how broad that brush is. And so, Lester, you tell us, your guys must talk about this. What do we do about opposing this or getting it changed or making it so it even makes any sense? Give us a feel for what feel you have for having any legitimate opportunity to not to derail it, but to try to just, slow this train down a little bit so we can figure out how to work it correctly.
Well, and that's, like I said, this has been ongoing for close to 2 years now. As a coalition, which the concept behind the coalition was that, we would have a little more strength in the fact that we were united on our comments and stuff that we made. We made comments. We didn't support it. We made some legitimate comments that, this isn't going to function just from for example, a nuisance water perspective. The nuisance water that we get every morning just from lawn watering is going to have these facilities full, when the state's concept is that these facilities are going to be there empty and ready for a rain event. They're already going to be full when the rain event occurs. And they basically just said, well, you need to design around that. You need to accommodate that. You need to come up with a solution for that. With no real guidance associated with any thought process they may have put into it. They basically just stipulated, this is the terms of the permit, and it's what you are expected to do and what you must accomplish in order to be in compliance with it. They weren't real open to discussion on it. We're just a small group down here. There's another group up north that's referred to as USWAC, which is kind of a northern Utah stormwater coalition that was put together. They made their comments on it as well, and the state modified a few things, and that's part of where the 80th percentile came into play. But they just refused. They said, this is what the EPA has mandated we must do. The LID was a choice that the state made. I don't believe that the EPA has mandated that LID be implemented. They have mandated that LID be considered at the EPA level.
So
But the state came through and said that we must do it by way of LID.
So Lester, can we push it back? Because I'll admit I'm for LID where it's applicable and where you can support it, advertise it, push it, but don't require it. So is there a way that we can? I mean, it sounds like you've gone through this, that you don't.
Yeah. If
we say no.
you guys get the opportunity to read the whole permit, another component that we're required to do is public education and outreach, which we do individually as a city as well as the coalition. For example, I have Ross goes and does a training of the fourth graders once per year that he goes through, and it's education to the school children that are coming up to let them know, what happens to the water when it falls out of the sky. Where does it go? What are we trying to accomplish with these programs? And the concept is to clean it up and only rain in the drains, basically. And that's been a successful program. I don't know if you've heard some of our radio blurbs that we've got on Cherry Creek, that kind of stuff. That's part of our public education and outreach that we do.
Yeah, I think you're right, Lester. You guys do a great job on the outreach. I mean, I've been involved enough to know that we do a good job, and Ross does a good job on going to those fourth graders. I think my question is, but in our ordinance isn't, the way the ordinance is written is that we're just infringing all this stuff. Is there a way we can make the ordinance be like, yeah, we're pushing LID, but we're not going to take away our citizens' rights at the same time? That's my question, is can we soften the ordinance, I guess is a better way to say it.
On the post-construction?
Yeah.
No, not according to the permit. We have to have them abilities because the state looks to us to impose their requirements. And in order for us to be in compliance with the permit, we have to have them components within the ordinance. When they reviewed our ordinance, they were very specific that them components had to remain.
Okay, then I would suggest that we do that for commercial sites, and residential sites, we lighten it. Have two separate ordinances, an ordinance for commercial, for LID, and an ordinance for residential. And then we comply with the permit. We're going toward our residential or our commercials, because I truly believe commercials can do better at their LID. and leave the residential as not, as or on. Just an idea. I don't know if that'll work. I don't know if that'll not work with the
The verbiage in the permit stipulates that it is all development, 1 acre or larger, or part of a larger common plan of development,
which is everything.
So
which is everything.
I have 90 pages dumped on me.
You didn't
A
get
good
through it?
portion, what's that?
I'm like, you didn't get through it.
Well, a good portion of them, I don't understand. I don't understand. Well, the calculations, the verbiage, I mean, in the meeting here, there's at least 6 different terms of it. I don't know what a tree water scrubs box is.
It's a bioswale.
A bioswell, I had one of those, but I can't remember where I put it. So I mean, at this point, let's put on our agenda for the next couple of months, a training course, bring me up to speed. I'll do my study and homework at night at the ends, but I can't pass this. I don't understand this from a proposal standpoint. I don't understand it enough to do it. And from an economic standpoint, I don't understand how this would affect some of it. We need to have a public open comment period for this, to have our citizens and the developers come in, give input to this. This is, I would estimate a couple months we could have enough education and understanding with this to roll forward and move out.
So we need to implement, and we're working on the process of getting this implemented. So if we're taking an example, if it's on our agenda tonight, we would table it.
Well, this was a great meeting. This accomplished a very needful event to help us understand that we don't understand what we're talking about, and there's a lot of education that we need to go forward to understand what the heck even needs to be done here. So I mean, seriously, the last time I looked at this, the experts, including council and staff members, they were telling us that this doesn't affect us much. This isn't going to be a big deal. This is a complete shock to me to find out that this is as broad-reaching as it is and politically difficult as it is. I mean, all this has been great information, but the only thing it's accomplished is to help me understand how little I really understood what was going on.
I would feel.
Hey, Lester. Yeah. Hey, Lester, maybe you could tell us also, because I mean, one of the tools when the federal government determines it's going to come up with great ideas and then push it all the way down to the towns and villages across the country to implement and enforce regulations they almost don't even understand. One of the tools is, if you don't implement, if you don't take specific steps, then you lose fundings of some sort. There's ramifications that, that actually are, that have an effect on legislation. So is there anything that occurs that you're aware of if we don't have our local ordinance approved? I mean, there's another issue of whether or not we enforce what we've approved as ordinances, but let's say that part of the checklist is we don't get X funding or something because we haven't officially approved an ordinance which would implement it, irrespective of whether or not we enforce it or not, that you're aware of?
What it's going to boil down to is, yes, if they determine that we are not in non-compliance with permitting that's associated on the stormwater end, they can pull state funding from us. Any potential UDOT funds that we may get, they can pull federal funds from us. For example, any of the safety boot funds, the MPO funds, any of that stuff, they can put a hold on all of that stuff if we're not in compliance with the federal and state requirements. It's not just stormwater funds; they can affect them all.
Well, that was the question. That was a question from your perspective. What tools do they have available to them? And again, it looks like it's like we suspected. It got shoved down to the state. The state has to enforce it in some way, because my guess is the federal government withholds funding from the state if they're not trying to keep their local government entities in compliance. So,
but we are doing it, and the city has a right. I know we've been working on it as staff level, but the city has a right to say, hey, we don't have the funds just all of a sudden drop this in unless you're going to hand us a few $1 million to manage this. So it's just in my feasibility, which means we don't have to do it. That's our out right now, is that we don't have the funds to manage it, but we're working toward it. We're working toward the LID. We're evaluating
agree.
it still.
We start a process of public education, bringing public comment.
And I would love to have the state come down and explain it to us, how they can justify it.
Right. And within what you're saying, one thing I'm thinking is there's obviously some things that we're going to agree with in this. I like how you're saying that there's some things we agree with. The feasibility of us being able to do this financially, and also just the actual practicality. We have severe limitations in our geographic region to do this. So I feel that I'm fine about supporting the dialogue, supporting our staff continuing to find how this would impact our region and how we can make this happen. I would like to work with the state on what they're trying to have us do, but I feel like much of our concerns need to be related before we can be at a point of being able to both enforce and comply with any type of regulation that happen on this. So if we could simply, when this comes up, to table it on the grounds of one, funding, and two, a lack of how to make this happen, not as a point of, defiance, but as a point of reality that we don't have the funds or abilities to make this go forward at this time. That would be my hopes. And so if that could be viewed as a point of compliance, that we are working towards a way to really articulate our ability to do this, I would hope that'd be something as a point of compliance with the state, simply because there is so much in this and so broad. We need more time. So if we could petition for more timing to act as a municipality as we figure these things out, I think that would be valuable to us.
Well, I think so. So I think we've got an item on the agenda for our next meeting, and we are going to need to take some action on that.
Correct.
Personally, I would like to see, again, just some more education. To me, I just don't even have the baseline understanding of some of how the things are currently working enough to know what is the difference in the law.
Correct.
And Councilman Coates' ideas are wonderful. I really appreciate what he said here, because it's given me a lot more understanding, but I'm
Just
not
do
even
what I
confident
say,
enough to know what I
Councilman.
agree with it now. So I'm thinking we probably, do we need to take some action on this tonight? Is it beneficial for us to take some action in our regular meeting to actually, my opinion the action we would take is to postpone this, kick it back to another workshop meeting, and set some actual firm action that we're going to take next week, possibly even, or not next week, the next council. But is there any benefit to doing that in the official meeting, or striking it from the agenda and still doing that in this meeting and just putting it on there? Roger, looks like you're ready.
May I make a suggestion? Roger, would this be all right? Lester, is Mike on board too? Is Mike not here?
Mike's here.
Mike
He's
Shaw.
He's on been on the.
He's here.
Perhaps you could coordinate a study session for the council to go through this, because I think it's going to take more than just a workshop.
Well, like I said,
Personally.
I think it's going to take multiple.
Or multiple.
workshops, but a study session would be wonderful. I guess my question was to staff as far as the legal ramifications, because we are dealing with a state entity that is pushing this down on us. Is it beneficial for us in an official meeting where this is just a workshop meeting to actually take some action?
Well, if I can jump in on that, because I think that there's going to be a bit of a grace period. First of all, the law is the law. So right now, July 1st, we're technically non-compliant. That's what's out there. So we got to recognize that. But having said that, knowing that we have a number of other cities that are not going to be addressing this until July in their meetings, I think we could, of course, be guilty by association with all the others, and I would certainly take advantage of that. So I think it's appropriate to just go ahead and table. I wouldn't necessarily give it a date on a table. I'd just say, make a motion to table for further discussion. I'd leave it at that. We'll schedule some additional time and some additional information for you all. I don't think that there's going to be any value of indicating why we're tabling it or why we're not imposing it. This would be lack of funding, that'd be the first mandate that we ever could get away with by lack of funding. They're not going to be concerned about that. I just simply table until we receive further information and call it that, and we'll just move along as quickly as possible to try to either get you guys comfortable with it or to make some changes, whatever needs to happen. But I mean, I'm not going to suggest that you need to you do need to vote on it. It is a big document. It is a lot to consume.
Okay. Can you respond, Roger? Can you respond to the mayor's comment about just how did you rephrase that, Mayor?
A study session.
Study session.
Yeah, the reason we call them study sessions anymore is because we just set aside a specific period of time for one item. And it's a session to study an item further out. And so I agree. I like the term. We'll find a time that works with you council members that the specific issue. And hey, if we can beam in a representative from the state, that's great. And we'll do our very best to try to make that a one item, one focus study session. And we'll schedule that as quickly as we can and as quickly as can be accommodated. We will keep this on a good clip.
How about the opening this up to open public comment?
I don't think that, again, I mean, we can check on that, but I think it's going to be irrelevant.
I agree, other than from the standpoint of just educating our public that our backs are up against the wall with legislation and having them maybe think about writing some letters.
Yeah, well, that's fine. If you want to approach it that way, as far as the actual impact that a public hearing will have, again, this is an administrative action that is being imposed upon a political subdivision, which is an appendage of the state of Utah, which means that we always live under Mother May I anyway. We are only appendages to the state of Utah. If they've gone through the hearing process, they're going to say, that's great. You can do it for your own purposes, but basically it's irrelevant to us.
Okay. All right.
All right. Any additional comments?
Thank you, Lester, for
Yeah.
your work.
Thanks, Lester, Jeff,
And
Roger.
whoever else worked on it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
probably are. All right. Thank you, Lester. We'll move on to item 3, discussion on policy and procedure bison potential pump skate park. The only reason I brought these up, gentlemen, is I know when I was away that you discussed the bison, and I'd like a little update, and the pictures are great. But first, I'd like to hear from, I had a visit with Mike and city manager about the pump park. So I'd like to have an update on that. And I've commissioned Councilman Clough to perhaps offer some ideas on how we should approach certain things that happen in the city that we are all affected by. So with policy and procedure. So we'll go to that. Roger, would you take that?
Thanks, Mayor. The mayor's asked me to give you an update that we had gotten when the BLM reached out to us, actually somewhat stressed with regards to the bike park. So Mike had received a call from Keith, I hope I get his last name right, Rigtrips, who is the field director for the BLM, which was interesting to us because we had hadn't even filed our RMPP yet. But he reached out to Mike indicating he needed to meet with us. Mike informed me, I talked to the mayor. The mayor was out of town and asked Mike and I to proceed forward with the meeting. We then met with Keith and Stephanie, who I don't have her last name, who is the BLM property acquisition specialist. The alarm that the BLM had was that there is a process associated with the RMPP. The process takes time, including an environmental. And I guess there was a newspaper article and video that had gone out with respect to this location and what its purpose would be and other things. And that's what triggered their concern, that then called us and said that this has put them a little bit into a difficult position because, and we know this because what happens oftentimes when you have to go through an environmental process, it's very important that things don't look like they're predetermined. Decisions are predetermined because there are groups out there that if the environmental was to clear the area and a group said, well, wait a minute, you made that decision early on already, and it's indicated by these pre-decisions you had made, then that just creates it to be more mucky and subject to challenge. So they were concerned about, and I haven't read the article or seen the videos, I don't know what it even composed of, but they're concerned that it put them into a difficult position, and particularly with this area, and this is what we found out, this is an area of critical environmental concern, or a ACEC, which is even a heightened level of concern as it relates to the protected species on that area. And primarily there it is the pincushion and the poppy. There are some tortoises in the area, but primarily it's the pincushion and the poppy. And more than likely, because this is also part of the regional management plan that was in place since 1999, that this will be an area that would not be, would have to be maintained into the public ownership. And because it is an ACEC, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service would need to play a significant role in this particular piece of land too. So yeah, I think
Maintaining just a question, maintaining in the public ownership. Can you help me understand that part?
meaning it would not be released for RMPP.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, that was the concern they had. They were a little bit nervous about that. We of course expressed our apology that if that had put them into an awkward position at all. They indicated that of course this is probably, that area will probably be, they just wanted to give us the word that it would probably be a non-starter as far as an application. But if that, they said that it wasn't impossible for us to apply for it. But if we did apply for it, we really need to be very, very careful that we allow the process to move forward before we indicate anything that would be firmed up. They did remind us that the RMPP applications are just the beginning of discussion and not the conclusion or the definitive decision on locations. And so we met with, so that was essentially our discussion with them. I think my recommendation from that would be that we work with them to try to identify alternative locations. RMPP is still a great value to the community, and they indicated that they would probably have some other locations that would really work with all of what we're looking for. And if we could work with them and identify some locations and bring it back to the council, let the council make some decisions, and then we'd move forward on any RMPP if we chose.
All right, Roger, this is Councilman Ivy. I'm going to inject some information. I had heard that you had mentioned that that was the reason for denial. So I reached out to Gloria Tippett, the district field manager in Cedar City. She explained details of the RP&P timeline, and she said it could take up to 2 years. Then I reached out to Keith Rigtrup, field manager in St. George, and he said the reason that it was denied was because it would need to amend their land use plan and involve the Fish and Wildlife Service, who oversees the protection of the golden poppy. The Bureau of Land Management administers the protection of the desert tortoise. Both the poppy and tortoise are found in that area in question, and that is the reason for denial. He indicated to me that any other reasons were subsequent and were menial, and also said that if the BLM were to deny every application because of news, then we wouldn't have a northern corridor that has hundreds, and made comments about several other of those. So I just want to clarify the details. And to add to that, the reason that I had reached out in the first place was because I wasn't happy with the size or the scope of the park and the direction that it took. I felt like that the location of the current RP&P would be south of the big utility electrical lines. And so I'd reached out to two different property owners in that area, and they're both very willing to work with the city that would constitute 16 acres of property just inside the 3650 detention area. This is private land, and the timeline would be sped up. It would be able to be acquired, and the work would start on it much sooner than waiting the 2 years for the RP&P. to go through. And those people are ready to do that. We just need to reach out. I also did talk to Keith Rigtrup about any additional sites that did not have the poppy or desert tortoise, and he said that he wasn't aware of any, but that he would look into that. And so to me, it looks like going forward with our original intent for that area, the 16 acres would grant everything that we originally had talked about as a city, and still be able to acquire the property without cost, and that we could put all of our funds towards improvements and basically do the same size and scope of the park that we had originally talked about.
The park we originally talked about.
And I'll just, if I could just, I can't speak to any of the conversation that the councilman had. I wasn't, of course, a party to that. I was just reporting on the conversation we had had. So there you go.
Well, I just remember the bike park, when we talked 30 plus acres and going the perception. I think that the problem is that I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves. I felt like it was that we're getting ahead of ourselves in the process. That's great that the property owners next to us want to, but I mean, I haven't personally talked to anyone on that, and I haven't tried to, I'll admit, but I have a real concern with us saying we're going to go build a park and we have the funding and we're ready to go. We're just not there yet. We have to go through the RPP process.
Hey, Mayor, I have a
Well-
question for Roger. Are you on, Roger?
I am.
So if I remember right, this discussion started with a pump track, right? And we had talked about possibly doing it adjacent to the dog park. And you were the one that steered this conversation to this area down in the detention basin. Did you not know at that point that this was ACEC or protected areas? I mean, it sounds like that's the real issue there. But we're kind of following your lead on this as a council. You really guided the council into that area, and from the workshops that I remember, and I haven't been taking a lead on this, but as I've been following it, it seems like that's the direction you've pushed us.
Oh, well, yes, that was a direction I wanted us to consider. I was far from concluding that would be the place it would be, because I did not know. So our PMP, first of all, my concern was your location at the dog park. One might be too small. Two might be the nuisances associated with it, albeit it's a good place. I was concerned with that. We've written a number of RMPP applications, and Keith is exactly correct. The RMPP process is the beginning of discussion. And so we knew that there would be an environmental on it. We didn't know the extent of the environmental. I didn't even know if it had come out of the environmental.
Yeah.
And I was very clear on that. So this is a place that I did feel was strongly about it. Didn't know anything about the ACEC, but that would have all began that process in association with the permitting process. And that's how we do it all the time.
That would have been helpful to know. I mean, it was just conversation at the initial phase.
It certainly would have. It certainly would have. And again, we had not had that discussion up to that point. It was one that we were just pursuing as a potential option.
And I think it's real important that we loop in the citizens and ask, let them kind of be aware of what we're doing in the city. I think there's a transparency issue there that we need to make sure that when we do things like that, they need to know that. There was no funding component mentioned for the park at all, other than that we had made application and kind of gave an indication of what we were seeing that could possibly come there if it fell into place.
Any other questions or comments on that? Oh, yeah, okay. Any other comments on that?
No, I just think, Mayor, if it's okay,
Yeah.
with where we're at in our timing and talking about this, we have unique constraints as a council, that we have many parties that we work with in our discussions. And I think a lot of the concern not is so much about where we were directed and everything. I think we have an intention as a council to pursue a place where we can put a park in the fields. We had a place presented and we started to go down the process as far as we knew as a council. And it's a very, very nascent start of things. It's not a predetermined, it's not nothing like that. But there are some unique things that came up as a council for us to address in this particular update. And my purpose, Mayor reached out to me on this and just kind of talk forward. One, I don't think it's really going to have enough time for us as a council to go through this. So I might just introduce us to a few things to think about. This really has no particular thing, but there is a broad interaction as a council that we as a council just have a chance to talk about things. Many of us have taken different approaches as a council to disseminate information. Some of us prefer to take everything in the public meetings. Some prefer to set up media appointments and discuss conversations. And I don't think any of them are technically wrong, but there is a lack of unity in the council of how we feel like we should go forward. So in my purpose, when I was asked to commission to go through this, it was simply to explore concepts of communication, not to come with, really it's just a point of conversation of how do we want to, as a council, feel for better in our communication. So if we do want to reach out on something that we're passionate about, I really love how Councilman Ivy, from every bit of this process, he is all in. He's very interested in where this can happen and how, and we went from a 5-acre park to now the concept of a regional park to, I don't know what's going to happen next time. It's going to be unique, but I know it will come forward in a process and there's no problem with that. All of us have intentions and we will have something that individually will spark our attention and we'll want to know, well, how can we speak out about this and inform our public, because we're a listening body and a representative body. So there are some constraints. I researched 6 random cities, and it's unique because no city does it the same, which offers us the opportunity as a council to explore what fits our council. Some councils, the main title that they consider this is called a PIO, or a Public Information Officer. And to let the council know from the beginning, of the 6 cities, 4 out of the 6 said mayor, but then had a hybrid approach where it could be mayor or. Others decided to do the city manager. And in some cases, if the mayor had an opinion different than the city council, he could appoint someone from the city council to speak on that particular issue. The beauty of all of this is, do we as a council feel like we want to just feel more confident in how we communicate with the media, and how do we want to address that as our council? I don't see this as a point of to chastise anybody, but how do we want to talk to media as a council as a concern? And so I just want to throw a few things out there because there's no way we're going to be able to address this, but just as a point of concern and conversation.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
I really want us just to be a good council and work together. I think we need to do a better job. I think we all do.
Okay.
And that's just something I feel passionate, and I think we can all improve. I mean, I know we're new, we're filling each other out, right? We're trying to figure out, but I really think we can work together better. And that's what I hope toward on all aspects of the council. So I just wanted to make that.
I appreciate that, Councilman Coates. You know, in the concept, I've thought about this probably more than I should have. And I look forward to bringing this to a point of disturbance to every council member. Do we as a council, how do we want to work better with our media interaction? Or do we? And that, I think, is regardless of wherever it goes, if it's a policy ranging from policy to a gentleman's agreement, where do we want to be as a council is the only thing that I'm interested in. I don't think it really matters what my opinion is. I'd like to voice my concerns or my hopes, but I'd like the whole council to have their opportunity to voice their concerns and their hopes, and let us work towards something. And at the end of our discussion, it may end up into a policy, or it may enter up in just simply a gentleman's agreement. For me, I'm happy with either one, but I support the concept of us arriving to that understanding as a council, because we're at a very beginning stage of what our abilities and implications will be as a council. I think it'd be healthy for us to just have an agreement. And so, Mayor, I don't think we have the time really to go into this deeply, but I would like to just kind of address it as a council as a point of respect to what Councilman Coates just said, and not many people have had a chance to say anything yet. I think we should push this to another workshop with the intent of coming to an agreement of how we want to have this to move forward. It really can be very simple. I just don't know where we want to be as a council, and I think it's a point of council discussion. That's all.
Thank you. I agree with Councilman Coach. I think you're 5 fine gentlemen, and there's no I in team, so that's where I come from. You do have a handout, but
No, I
why
do.
don't you send him that email? that
If
you-
that's okay, I just gathered notes. I don't have anything crazy. I could send just my notes to the council if you guys want to see where I'm at. Point is, really, it's up to the council at this point to say, where do we want to go as a council? I'm happy to throw it out there as a point of something to look at going into a further discussion. But I don't think it's in any way definitive of what we will do as a council. It's just ideas and recommendations.
I'm still really not sure what we're talking about here.
This is not a big 90-page document, fortunately.
Okay, so it's not.
This is not anything
low,
with
low impact
acronyms or
development.
anything like that. To summarize
I'd be
the
happy
idea-
to read your notes, Dan. I'm just really not sure what we're.
If this
what we're-
helps
what
out,
we're
let me
talking
do
about
it in
here.
a very simple, summarized way. The idea that was commissioned of me is to see how, as a council and as a city, we feel we should address media specific in detail, anything in which we involve reporters and concepts of city business. And that's the idea. And also, it really is just the point of council discussion of, do we have a concern about this? It maybe there's no there, but as a council, it's the concept of defining and explaining better.
So is this? I almost feel like you're looking at me the whole time. I'm feeling like,
I
is
apologize.
this something that you've all discussed, and I'm just now,
In a fairness,
coming into the party here, or I'm not sure what we're
No,
talking about.
here I can explain this a little bit. I was commissioned on this earlier last week, just as a point of look into it. I did reach out to a couple council members. I reached out to Councilman Coates and I reached out to Councilman Ward just as here's kind of what I'm working on. Are you concerned at all? I want to kind of bring this to council. I bounced some ideas off of them, but the idea, it really was just the point of conversation, checking in, seeing where people were at on this. My
Flipping me in now.
There
It
you
sounds
go.
like I'm feeling like the odd man out right now. But
I know.
that's okay.
And that's okay. And
I'd be
I
happy
really
to. I'd be
feel-
happy to read your notes, and I think I speak for all of us that I want to work together with the council, but I'm just really not sure. I'm feeling a little bit not sure where this is all coming from. So
No, it really is just kind of, I have expressed concerns. I've heard other councilmen express concerns. The thing is, it really doesn't matter what we do as long as we talk about it as a council. So I feel like this is something that can be pushed off to where we don't come in like, I have no idea what's going on the last time involved. It really is kind of a point of introduction to concepts that we could explore as a council.
Mayor, did you want to show the picture of the bison? I
Absolutely.
know that was on
I'd
the
like
agenda.
I want you to do that. We'll,
I sent it to Denise. Steve, are you there? Can you just? That's all.
Oh, that's awesome.
So there it is. That's Kelly Charlton. I saw it today. I realized this was on the agenda. And Kelly Charlton's worked directly with Jody Gerber. She's a grad student in California. She came back for the summer. She's working on this over at Dixie State. This is day 12. She anticipates being done in a few more days. But this is, Kelly said, if anybody wants to go over and see it, that should be happy. It's like, I think it's North Plaza, room 112 is what she told me. I scratched it on a legal pad today. But I think it's beautiful. This is
Gorgeous.
completely
Yeah.
her and the artist, taking the commission of this council as a veterans bison. And the name they've come up for it is Blazing Freedom. And so it's symbolic of a number of things. One of those being our relationship and support of Dixie State University, our appreciation for our veterans. And so I hope you like it. I saw it today and I thought it was really, really nice what she's coming with.
Councilman Staley, did you talk about location?
I have actually talked to each one of you individually about that. So I have nothing more to say other than what I've spoken to each of you individually on the phone about, unless you have specific questions for me.
So as a council, this I think is beautiful, and the point that we have pointed at. As a council, do we feel any concern about the location? Do we feel fine moving this from Veterans to Nison's Park? Do we feel comfortable with the concept of going with a private partner kind of agreement in which someone else will buy this back from us? How do we feel as that as a council?
I think it needs to be discussed a little bit. I mean, I know you talked about it. I don't have an I mean, my gut reaction is I don't have an opinion. I mean, if it's a veterans park or
Need to
do so.
sorry,
That's what I guess.
procedurally, do we need to vote on this? Because we did actually allocate funds, and I think we actually specified an area. Did we? I don't know.
We'd have to check the minutes. I know that just from my recollection, Kelly Charlton was kind of the point on that. I had gotten to know her well as we assisted with the other bison at Sullivan. We have had the concept of as a veterans bison. And I think that concept came with some of those P-52 Mustangs that you see along the haunches there of the bison. But there has been some pushback as far as location. So I had reached out to a private party on private property and asked if he had an interest. This is a local business owner along Telegraph on the corner of Telegraph and 200. So really nice location. And he said that he would be interested in purchasing that and displaying it in the location. At that point, I reached out to Roger. I asked him for some direction on what he thought. He simply asked me to reach out individually to each council member. Obviously, outside of a public meeting, I can't get with two of you, right? So I had phone calls with you three, and we discussed this over a great lunch. The one person I did forget in following that directive from the manager was to talk to the mayor. When he said loop the council in, I took it literally, and I just completely spaced talking to the mayor.
I was just
apologize
no,
about
don't
that.
apologize. I was just curious where we were at.
I just wonder if I mean, I know we're running out of time, but maybe we just come back to a public meeting and discuss it. If people have a problem, talk about it, because it's a veteran theme, and we're not putting it in Veterans Park.
What I would say is that obviously I'm 1/5 of the council, and I would support whatever this group decides, and I trust this group. When I did get some pushback from a certain sector, I felt like that was a reasonable and maybe even a better location as far as visibility. And I thought that's a private party paying for it and a private party.
But was the pushback because the city funded it, or was the pushback because they didn't like it in Veterans Park?
In this particular case, both, specifically both. And so, it's been a difficult time because, other than our last meeting 2 weeks ago, we haven't even had the chance to meet in person, right?
Right.
So really what I did was just the best I could was I reached out to the manager, what's the process? And then I think I called Dan first and then the rest of you. And we had that conversation, and I explained exactly where we are, but look, this is a group decision. This is not a unilateral decision, but I love the look of it.
Oh yeah.
And great. I think with us working together, we can find the right spot.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing on it is I'm fine with the bison. I'm fine that we funded it through the budget. I was under the intention it would be a Veterans Park, and I'm glad we're starting to discuss options. But if we're going to do anything outside of Veterans Park, and if this has to be talked about later, I've never been notified of who was the pushback or why the pushback or why that pushback changed the council direction.
That was a private conversation. I just chose not to say who.
Fair enough, but that's the thing is, if there's something,
yeah,
there's a lot of different things where I kind of sit back and go, I just kind of felt like if we are going to do anything outside of something that's been designated through city funds, through the budget, and this is a council conversation, and I appreciate you reaching out to us. And I'm not really necessarily opposed to whatever may happen with it, but I do want it to be a decision by the council. That's all.
I think that's fine. I kind of would be the same. I don't want to talk about the issues of the people's opinions. I mean, I think if we want to discuss that further. I personally like the resolution. I've always kind of liked public-private partnerships and those things. I liked it in Veterans Park, but I think it's a good resolution. I think it's a good way to go forward. But if we need to bring it into a council meeting to just put a vote on the redirection.
It sounds like we need to do it procedurally because of the way we initially funded it, and then just have the discussion then.
We'll get down to next.
Yeah, that works.
I really appreciate that, Jim. And obviously, I'm not trying to do anything unilaterally. I'm really trying to involve everyone in this, and I'm thrilled. I hadn't seen it until just I realized it was on the agenda, and so I just reached out. I had Kelly's number, and she texted me these pics, so I just sent them over to Denise. The only thing I'm frustrated with is now Marcia sees this before the grand unveiling, and you have to not tell anybody. This is supposed to be a
Well, we are broadcasting this to the entire city.
to
So
like
count-
8 people on YouTube.
So Councilman Staley, just thank you for getting the legwork done on that. I love it. It's just inspiring to look at it. I appreciate your work on it. Thank you.
Thanks for reaching out to me. I don't feel like you buffaloed me or anything.
Okay,
Honestly, Kelly and the artist deserve all the credit.
right on. Yeah. Okay, let's adjourn, take a 5-minute break, and then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
made. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-minute break.
Well, there's 3 of us that were paying attention.
Okay. Isn't it crazy? I just wear those ones. You look like you're robbing a bank. That's the ones I wear. It would be good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But that's the thing is, what I wanted to know is what do we already comply with? So we can comply with this. We're looking for ways to comply with it. We don't want to do that. That's what we do. We do the process.
Well, they have rules on that. Is anybody in the chat?
I tried to call it. So the problem is in February, after 3 years, would it be beneficial to us? I think it's good. I think it's good because he asked me about it. So it's
All right, we'll get started. Welcome to our city council meeting tonight. Washington City Council will hold a public electronic regular meeting on Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 at 6 o'clock, hosted at Washington City offices. Meeting will be broadcast via a YouTube live link, washingtoncity.org/meetings. We welcome all of you that are here and all of you that will participate via electronics. I've asked Councilman Staley if he will lead us in the invocation, and Councilman Ward if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father in heaven, we are grateful to be gathered here in such favorable circumstances. Grateful for the freedoms that we enjoy in this nation, the opportunity that we have to represent and to be represented. We pray that thy wisdom would be upon each of us as we have dialogue and make decisions. We can do things that are in the best interest of the citizens of Washington City. We express our gratitude for those who work in any and every capacity within our city to provide us with the safety and comforts and conveniences that we enjoy. We're grateful for the good people who live here. We ask that would bless them. We ask that would bless the employees and staff and management. That would bless these good individuals who are sacrificing their time and energy to do the business of the people for the people. Again, we are grateful for all of the blessings that come from thee. And we offer this prayer in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you.
Please rise and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance to this great country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Move on to item 1, approval of the agenda. Entertain a motion to do so.
Make a motion, we approve the agenda for the Washington City Council for June 10th, 2020. Oh, sorry. I read the line down, June 24th. Sorry for that, Mayor.
I have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, item 2, announcements. I'd like to announce our new Washington City Youth Council. And the new members are, there's 9 of them. Berkeley Shea Nyson, Tasha Marie Cafferty, Taylor Beth Hughes, Alexa Hench, Sydney Morgan Beecher, Crislin Kathleen Wilson, Chase Timothy Adams, Benjamin Isaac Smith, Oyana, I hope, Olivia Reynoso. Did I say that right, Councilman Ivy? Okay. Thank you all for your desire to be part of the Washington City Youth Council, and we look forward to rubbing shoulders with you during the year. So thank you. Item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Anything to declare at this time? Now we'll move on to item 4, consent agenda. Item A, approval of the minutes from the city council meetings of 6/10/2020, and a local consent to approve a local consent for 2 restaurant liquor license for Ovation at Sienna Hills.
Mayor, is a special event typically part of the consent agenda or not?
We put it on as 5A. It typically was,
But I think in this particular case, it makes sense to do that. So, but typically
we
consent
would have
be
that
part
as,
of it.
yes. Thanks for clarifying that, Council.
If there's no discussion on the minutes and the local consent, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as outlined.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Do a roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, thank you. Those are approved. Item 5, special event. Consideration to approve a special event for the Washington County Fair Parade and Kickoff Party. Washington County Fair, Susie Lafayette and Marcia Whitney. And we need to correct your spelling. I know you're not Whitney. You might be Whitney, but you're Whitney. Come on up and visit. Tell us what your plans are.
You're at the point where they can speak.
Yeah, I think.
There's no place for them to speak.
Just stand just where we can see you. There you go.
It depends on if you want to speak to the camera or speak to the council.
Speak to us.
There you go. Just, very good question, right? Could you give us a breakdown of what you're proposing?
So what we're proposing is like on the board. Washington City is our spotlight this year.
Is it on? Is there
Turn your mic on.
There you go.
All right. So Washington City is our spotlight city for this year for the county fair. And we kind of thought it'd be kind of fun to have our parade in Washington City and kind of highlight what our city offers. So if we can have our parade here, go down Telegraph, maybe extend a little bit down Main Street instead and show the new Main Street area. And then last year we tried a kickoff party and it was kind of okay. And it's something new we're doing, as well as moving it to Tuesday night instead of Saturday morning. Hopefully we get more and more people coming out and involved. And we want to show what Washington City has to offer. So with our parade, just our standard parade, we're going to have all the mini floats. We average about 60. And then the kickoff party, we just want to do inflatables. That'd be free for everyone to attend. We're going to do a bunch of giveaways from different sponsors of the county fair, as well as from Washington City, and then a free dance party with DJ Lex. So it's very open, extra hand washing stations, extra hand sanitizer. We just want to try and keep it, what we can to do our thing and what we can. So, any other questions?
I know. I wanted to say, first of all, thank you so much, Marcia and Susie, for going on this. I had an opportunity to sit down with both of you and get used to the laundry list of coming. I appreciate the concerns you've brought. The council has been made aware of the idea of a route where we like to do, but also one of the things I feel is kind of outstanding. I know there's probably not more than one, but there are many items that I know they're addressing in relation to us complying with COVID restrictions. And just our safety of our citizens of making this happen. I really appreciate the dialogue that you're having. Will you be updating the council before the actual event at the fair?
Absolutely. And as of Monday, I believe the county had already given us the green that we were still a go ahead for everything for the fair.
Okay. And that's just with the pressures that we have. This is a unique opportunity and a unique time to celebrate a beautiful thing. And just to keep us up to date, if there's anything that shifts majorly of how that would look to make this event go forward, that would be just beneficial to us.
Yeah, and
Yeah, maybe can you talk about what provisions, what discussions the county has had if we don't get literally a green light?
I know. I will tell you, after meeting with the commissioners and our county attorney, one of the things they wanted for the fair was to have language and verbiage that pretty much indemnifies the county if somebody were to come and they have COVID with maybe they're asymptomatic. So you drive into Legacy Park, you see big signs that say essentially attendees assume all risk, liability, responsibility. They'll be handed a paper as they pay for admission that will also have that same language. And after you park and you enter into the Legacy Park in Grafton, you'll also see that same verbiage. And we could have that same language at Veterans Park. If that would appease the council and the mayor, we could keep that verbiage here as well. So it kind of indemnifies, it's kind of a waiver that they don't have to sign. We can say they read it. We could give it to all of our floats, in a paper form, if that would help in regards to some COVID issues or
I think
concerns.
A lot of that could be beneficial. Also, just measures taken as they change. Is it something that we could just put as posted? I don't know. When it comes to a parade that goes through your city, validating and verifying that everyone who sits down has signed a waiver or looked or whatever. I can see how that goes when you're getting an admission going into a controlled area. And this is just as a point of conversation and helping us as we move forward. If there's anything that we need to be aware of, I don't know how we address this. I think that's the most genuine thing that I could possibly say is, one, we would like to support the event and want it to happen. But two, it is a very
dynamic issue that we're all trying to make sure that we are legally protected, physically protected, and that these things can go forward.
And that was one reason why we made the route longer
For social distancing.
to kind of help with those clusters of people. And I realize a kickoff party in the park isn't going to help with those.
So if we
those
announce there's no
issues.
county that gets rid of about 50% of the participants, kids won't come, they'll be mad.
Yeah,
No.
and St. George City has done that, and they have a lot of upset people because you can't throw candy out. You can hand out face masks.
Nice.
Yeah, so
it's that point of I think as a council, we're hoping and leaning too heavily with your participation to make sure we address those things, to make sure this event happens. Regardless of all the bells and whistles, I really believe in the continuity of our celebrations. I think they need to happen. How we can make them happen is a really fluid concept right now. So we appreciate you guys being in the trenches and addressing those issues. I just really feel as we get closer to the event, it would be very necessary for you to just come back and give us an update.
Of course.
Because it does impact us as a city.
And everything we're doing with the county fair is in accordance with the governor's latest directive of 4.6, where you can have 3,000 people inside and 6,000 people outside. And so all of the things that we are doing, from our demolition derby to the boxing to indoors, we're going off of that directive to make sure that we're following it as closely as we can.
Extra hand washing stations, the extra hand sanitizer everywhere, just so everyone has access.
And I really appreciate that, simply noting that 2 weeks from now, we may have to take a different conversation on this. Not that it's not being properly handled, but 2 weeks from now, it would really be beneficial to have you back. So we look forward to having you.
We can totally
What provisions does the county or the organization leadership have if those guidelines change, or if you're outside of them?
In regards to like going back to orange, or honestly, council member, there was no discussion. July 1st is my trigger date for go or no go for the fair. It would be like my last chance to do any kind of advertising. July 1st is my trigger date for the county fair, go or no go. Correct. For any kind of advertising, print advertising, anything. So, and the county understands that. So once we go past July 1st, they realize too, any money we've spent, well, if we cancel the fair, we will lose that money as a county and as taxpayers.
Susie, is the governing body then the county commissioners?
Correct.
And, I just wanted to add to what that is, that I'm excited for the county to be able to see what a great place Washington is. And I know that we'll put on a great show, and that people will leave here and know how blessed we are to be here. And I appreciate you guys working hard in this effort. It's something that we don't get all together too often. And so I'm excited to be a part of it this year.
Thank you.
We're participating in the St. George 4th of July parade. We have a county fair float. And so that's going to be our, hey, we're going to see how this goes and get our own perspective on that and see if we need to adjust or make changes, or maybe it's a great hit and we can move forward.
And 1/3 of those floats that Marcia mentioned out of the 60 are county or city princesses, right? So it's not just businesses throwing their paraphernalia and rolling down the street with their magnets on their trucks. I mean, these girls have, and they've had a tough year because you've had a virtual princess contest. And so again, I just wanted to, it's not just businesses that are going to be throwing stuff. It really is a county parade highlighting not only Washington City as our spotlight city, but all of our towns and cities in the county that will be coming here.
And I like that we're bringing it back to where the county fair started. So Washington City. Also, for our parade, we're going to have 3 different kind of winners. We're going to have our Commissioner's Choice, our People's Choice, and Best Theme, which we give a plaque and cash. So we always encourage any of our entries to really dress up to our theme, which I think is very fitting for this year, which is Better Together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we need I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, if it's up for that, I'd make a motion that we approve a special event for Washington County Fair Parade and Kickoff Party.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Yeah, I think as long as we're kind of meeting those guidelines, it's such a weird time. It seems great to be doing stuff like that. I just want us to be doing all we can. Just I don't want to see us going backwards. So, Ward, aye.
And adding with Councilman Ward, absolutely, celebrations are important. How they happen now is even more important. And so the safety is obviously most important in this. So I'm looking forward to more discussion and more, I guess, more appropriately saying an aye for now, right? So I love.
Thank you, and IDI.
Coates, aye.
All right. That is approved. Thank you. All right, item 6, preliminary plat. Consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Mustang Valley located approximately 3925 South Washington Fields Road. Applicant Smoothie Kings Holdings.
Thank you, Mayor. Can everybody see that exhibit on their screen?
Yes.
Thank you. As stated, the applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary plat for Mustang Valley Townhome subdivision. The applicant is proposing 76 lots and the area of coverage is 8.30 acres. The zoning designation at this particular proposal is the PUD, the Planned Unit Development Residential. The surrounding zoning is Ag 20 to the north, which is the Andrus property. And that's also to the east across Washington Fields Road there. It's R16 to the west and R3 to the south. This proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances at this particular location. Staff's reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request in a public hearing at their June 3rd meeting, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for Mustang Valley Townhome subdivision onto you, the City Council, and that's based upon, of course, the findings and subject to the conditions you see in your report. There is, I guess I shouldn't say are because there's only one. There's one extra note or condition, and that's number 12. The first 11 are standard. Number 12 reads that a note will be added to this preliminary plat stating the condition will be placed on the development by the City Council that Steeplechase Road will be closed off during construction until the road is completed and dedicated to the city. Again, that was a condition that you good gentlemen put on this zoning approval a couple months back. So with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council has on Mustang Valley Townhome subdivision.
Drew, this is Councilman Staley. This was a PUD. Any changes from what's on this preliminary plat from what was thoroughly discussed during that zoning process?
No, this is showing you the last thing that you approved. In fact, I think it's the exact same exhibit with a few things added that the preliminary plat requires. So it's pretty much identically the same.
And on that last condition, I'm guessing that refers specifically to the extension of Steeplechase Road to 3925 South. Does that need to be more clear, or is that understood well enough in that condition?
I think it's pretty clear. I'm trying to get my drawing pencil, but it's just not. There we go. Yeah, so starting, all of this, especially this area, I guess, I'll just highlight it in red. That'll be closed off right there, at this point until it's time for the final plat and that the road is built out and then dedicated to the city.
Drew, I have a question for you. In our last time we talked about this, one of the things I found absolutely wonderful is they have designated by drawing on the map concepts of pathways and walkways And one request that I had was just to verify. The developer said he was willing to put those pathways in asphalt. But when I look at the legend, I see nothing in site data or legend or anything that really designates how those pathways, that those truly are going to be designated at that, or if they're really in the design. That's just one of the concerns that I have. I can see them. I mean, as per our conversation, I can see that they're there. But when I look into the legend, I see no indication that they're there.
Okay, I think Dave or Eric, are you on the line with us?
This is Dave.
Hey, Dave, did you hear that statement?
Yeah, if we want to make it. Yeah, and if you want to add a 13th condition or whatever, that's either asphalt or concrete, like we had discussed, that's fine.
That would just be one concern that I have, because that was a point of discussion last time. I look at the beauty of this development.
Yeah.
It really asks for its residents to be able to get out and to move. I know we've addressed open space, but that would be one concern that I would like to see addressed, and just make sure it's one of the conditions.
That's fine.
Okay. And whether it's asphalt or concrete, it really is irrelevant, but to make sure that as one of the conditions noted, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, so I just suggest whoever makes the motion to add that, since he's offered that in, and to just state it just like that. Asphalt or concrete pathways will be indeed part of that development.
So Drew, last time in our discussion, and I'm wondering if my memory's failing me, but I thought we discussed that a preliminary plat, we'd have a landscaping plan to review because of all the talk about the park and the grassy play area. Was that, guess I'm asking the council. I remember us saying that they would present the landscaping plan for these parks, because if you look at the map, it shows the landscape area and it's all green, but this is not all going to be green.
I think Councilman Ward brought up a concern. Maybe I'm wrong, Councilman Ward, but the concept of where does the grass end and the gravel begin, especially in that playground area. Am I making something?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
I'm trying to remember too, but we had so much discussion. I just remember us talking about what's really grassed and what's not. And in this exhibit, it doesn't show you. It just shows it as landscape area.
All right, any other discussion? Anybody want to make a motion?
If you're wanting to see specific plans on this, this is your last chance.
I know. I want to see the park. We had all this discussion about not moving building 11 and 12 another 7 feet because we had to get the big enough park and green space, and I see a playground and a barbecue.
I do believe we did at least ask for a distinction between gravel and grass in specific areas.
And maybe it's not a full landscape plan. Maybe it's just these playground areas, playground 1 and
I would feel more comfortable.
2 and grass, the detention area.
Yeah. I'd feel more comfortable with that, Councilman Coates, if that's where you're leaning, of just having that conversation, and they could address my concern in this of just pulling out and clarifying the pathways and their intent of what they'll be, and seeing that there's a significant enough concern to maximize the value of that playground, just wanting to see the boundaries between usable landscape in the area that's more decorative. I don't see kids kicking balls on gravel and making that a good long-term value. And so just with the intent of clarifying the intents of the park, where gravel and grass would begin, and anywhere else where that's is a value. We have 2 playground areas. There may be completely different concepts of what those playgrounds will be in their substrate or how they interact in the community. So I don't feel comfortable simply because there's not enough detail. Not that they're not bad concepts, but I think a clarifying data is necessary before I feel good moving this forward as a council member. Those are my thoughts.
I'll try to make a motion.
All right, I'll entertain that motion.
I'll make a motion that we table item 6A, the preliminary plat, Mustang Valley, located approximately 3925 South Washington Fields Road, so that we can get further detail on the playground areas, because this is a PCD residential, and identify the playground area and the detention area, their landscape at a minimum, and fill out where the pathways will be on the preliminary plat.
And what they're made of.
Oh, and the materials they're made of.
Councilman Coates, would you mind if maybe they try to, is the applicant able to address those now? I hate to hold them up for 2 weeks if what he's going to bring back is going to be what we had.
Yeah, this is Dave. Yeah, the grass area will be as large as possible on there, and while not a detail that's on this right now, I mean, ideally that'd be something that could be discussed and worked out with staff, but specifically in that southwest corner and then the other playground area, the grass area around that is going to be maximized. I know Councilman Coates is concerned about the amount of rock. It's not going to be a place with, bark or sand or something underneath it and then rocks around it. That southwest corner in particular is kind of the centerpiece park for that. And so I anticipate that being 4 or 5 feet off of the unit for gravel and the balance of that grass, minus the walking path on the south side and the west side. Very similar to that.
Drew, how comfortable are you with working through the applicant on the grassy areas and the pathways, based on, you being involved in all of the discussion and hearing the concerns from the council?
Yeah, I'm fine. Like, one of the conditions I put on the PUD, like I do with all of them, is that a final landscape plan will always be brought in before they do any landscaping on the project. So you can hold to that condition. And again, if he's stating we're going to be 4 feet off of, like I say, unit 12 and 13, Dave, are you comfortable saying the same up on those units 65 through 70, 71 through 76, being within 4 feet of those back limited common areas as well, and the rest being grass, besides the playground pavilion, of course?
I may say 5, just because I know AGC is probably recommends a 5-foot skirt around there for sprinklers and whatnot, and that more applies to unit 12 and 13, I think, than the other ones. But I'd say 5 feet, and that'd be fine.
So if the council's fine with that, again, that is one of the conditions that I have on all PUDs about that final landscape design. So. And I know you want concrete or asphalt on your pathways, and then he's going to hold to the 5 feet off of the units here. And I'd probably say the same up the detention pond, Dave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're talking out in this area. So we'll be 5 feet off of unit 1, and then at least 5 feet off the borders.
The picture. Can you slide the picture down? I can't view it online.
Okay, I did slide it.
When you're talking about the detention pond?
Yeah, I'm talking about, what we're going to say, let me grab my pen again.
Maybe my computer froze. Oh, yeah, okay, there we go.
We will have 5 foot at least.
Yeah, 5.
Or closer, depending on your report. Yeah, and let's just be consistent and say, around here too.
Yeah,
we know what we're talking about. Does that sound okay with everybody?
I think we have we have a motion on the table.
Correct.
So we can either. Oh, we got a second.
The motion basically has died at this point. Hasn't been seconded.
Dan just seconded it. Okay,
30
I have
minutes later?
a motion and a second.
As far as discussion on the motion, then
Absolutely have some.
when do we get elevations on this? This is a.
We got elevations in the PC in the.
Where did that come through?
zoning.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
And the buildings look good. I like the buildings. I thought we discussed in that meeting that we were going to discuss these areas at the preliminary plat on the landscape. I mean, I don't want to hold them up either. That's what we were told I remember us getting on those areas. And I'd like to look at it. I mean, it turns it back to all the responsibility on Drew to approve that. And I know Drew can handle it. We kind of discussed these are critical areas that we want to, if we're maximizing them, let's maximize.
As this project has come forward, I've actually paid attention with how willing the applicant has been to accommodate concerns from the neighbors. And I would feel bad to postpone it, but I also would side with the council that if we need a 2-week delay to identify the exact dimensions, then I would be in favor of that.
In just all fairness to the conversation, I feel information that we needed wasn't present at the time of the motion. And I'm fine with the motion going through and seeing where it goes with the council. But I feel what we brought up within that motion to table it, those things are definitely necessary for us to address. So it has been motioned. Second.
Okay, so I do have a motion and a second to table, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Table for till the next meeting to address the landscaping on the playground areas and the detention.
And second by Councilman Flo. Yep. All right, we'll go a roll call vote.
Staley, Nate.
Ward, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
All right. That is tabled 4-1. Move on to item 7, public hearings. Item A, public hearing for consideration to approve a zone change Z-20-05, request from Planned Community Development, PCD, to Planned Unit Development, residential PDR located approximately 2800 East Country Way, applicant Midden LLC. We will have public comments accepted now until the close of the public hearing by the City Council at washingtoncity.org/meetings.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant is requesting approval to change the zoning of approximately 37.07 acres. The requested change is from the current zoning of Planned Community Development, PCD, to a proposed planned unit development residential single-family lot development standards. The PUDR request is for the purpose of developing this 33.07 acres into single lot residential project. This is a request for pod number 2. There is an area that was designated as 5 pods. The City Council's already approved pod 1 that's northwest of this across the Countryway Road. This request is following up that approval of number 1 and moving forward on this project. This will mean that the remaining pods of number 3, 4, and 5 will still come in at a later date with specific design layout for each one of those remaining pods. Each remaining pod will need to go through the public hearing process as this one is and as pod number 1 did already. Pod 2 is proposing 113 dwelling units. This represents a 3.4 dwelling unit per acre ratio. The proposed pod 2 is showing a patio home type of development, which consists of private owned building pads with common areas surrounding the building pads. This proposed design would fall under the Planned Unit Development Single Lot Development Standards. Just to note, during the General Plan Amendment approval process last year, the entire area of 202.85 acres was granted a total maximum of 532 dwelling units. The general plan land use designation for this location is the medium density residential, which carries a 4.5 to 6 dwelling unit per acre density ratio. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is R18 and county zoning to the west, with RA1 and RA2 to the south, and open space to the west and north. Staff has reviewed the requested zone change and wishes to point out that a park will also be built as part of this project by the developer, and that is found within the pod 2 area that you can see. Let me just grab my pencil real quick so you know where we're talking about. And this is the park that'll serve for all of the overall development. It's a full city park. Let's see, let me find my place again. This will be to accommodate two issues, one being the need for a detention area and the other to account for recreation area required as part of the PUD zoning district. Staff also wants to point out that a new sewer lift station will be installed within Pod 1, and that shows up over here on the other side of Country Way. Staff also wants to point that in a written request has been part of your packet that you see in one of your exhibits, and this is why it was tabled at the Planning Commission, for relief to the side and corner lot setbacks from 15 feet separation between lots on the side yards and the 20 foot on the corner lot frontages. They are seeking 10 feet side yard setbacks and 15 corner lot setback as shown on the exhibits and attached here too. The Planning Commission, after their tabling and seeing the request for that and the write-up that was given and that you have in your packets, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended of Z-20-05 for the zone change request from Planned Community Development, PCD, to the proposed Planned Unit Development, Residential, PUDR, with the associated request for the single lot development standards for Pod 2 onto you, the City Council, and that's based upon the findings subject to the conditions in your report. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council has on this zone change proposal before you go into your public hearing.
Drew, can I just get one clarification on here? You said that this was a full city park. Is this, are you saying this is a full, as meets our regulations, or are we taking this over as a city?
I guess the answer would be yes to both. They're going to design it. If you're familiar with the Shooting Star Park that we picked up above, you know, where the city yard is. I don't know if you've been to that park up behind the, what is that elementary school, Councilman Staley, up by you?
Yeah, I've been there.
Horizon.
Okay, Horizon. So it's pretty much the same. The original developer, it's the same concept that they're going to build. It's not the same layout, but it will be a full city park, but it's coming to you in phases. So as each phase progresses, more of the park will be developed.
One of the concerns that I have when we talk about our parks is for us to assume these parks, they're necessary to the citizens that are close. And I appreciate these being brought forward in the designs, but I am constantly under the review of the strain that our current parks department has. And I wonder if the council would be willing to consider, when we do accept these things, to also put in some sort of provision of talking about needs and maintenances and how we would support our new, this increase of duty to a limited staff. I really feel that maybe this is something that we could actually address and maybe talk about that, because if we're going to add a percentage to our park burden of maintenance, no matter how free it comes to us by being, you know, installed by the developer, there is a long-term commitment and a huge burden on our park people.
It's interesting you bring this up, Councilman, because I had this conversation with Barry today.
Yeah.
Because we were looking at this, and we talked about the park, and you know Barry and the parks guys, and their answer was simply, "We'll do what we need to do." Of
course.
But I'm confident too that as we go through, just having gone through a budget process, I think that if there are additional needs and we have the revenue to support that the process will take care of itself. And if, as a park comes forward, and if it's deeded over to the maintenance and things that they'll do what they need to do until they have more staff to do it.
Yeah, I'm in the same mind. I think I would prefer to have staff give us a direction that way rather than us taking any kind of a.
Barry might be on the line.
No, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Councilman. It's that nagging feeling in the back of my mind. I don't want this to disappear, because I think it's vital to the new community that will build around it. The concept of community should be supported in every part of our city, and it's different for every one of them. But I'm also looking at a lot of the constraints that we want more parks, we want more trails, we want more things, but I will concede to the point that I believe that we'll address it through other means. It's on my mind.
Well, I think it's fair to, even in this process, to alleviate that concern. my point is only I would like staff to weigh in on it. I appreciate your bringing it up because just having a park is one part of it, having it stay nice and pretty is a whole other.
There's only so much one person can do in a day, and we continue that. And I'm not proposing any solutions to it, but I think it's fair for us to address it, and I look forward to us resolving it so these guys can just keep doing what they can do. Would you prefer a person to talk on that, Councilman Ward, at this time?
Well, maybe if Barry's on, we can.
I'm here. What questions do you have?
Councilman Ward?
Well, yeah, just kind of let us know if this worries you about your staff being able to keep up with the maintenance on this as we add acreage and responsibility to your staff to cover that.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, we, when we put budget together and we ask for things, we include those things there with it. This is a park that we are right in the middle of designing. We are involved in this to our standards. So it has to be to our standards, has to be what we can maintain easily. And so we are the ones helping to do this to make sure that it goes right.
So Barry, I appreciate that the parks can handle another park. I think it's good to mention that this park is being put in by the developer, which is an improvement, and not all the costs are being taken from impact fees.
Yeah, none of the costs are from impact fees, which is great. It has to be our standard, and it's a needed park for that area because of the population and the standards we have, to provide parks for those that move in. So,
and on that, I also want to mention that we have concern with increase of parks, but it also increased our road maintenance and the water department and down Country Way. I mean, I know those aren't our water lines, but those are the regional water lines for the entire area run down Country Way. There's a 60-inch and a 36-inch line that run down that, plus a 12-inch for the city. So those are just.
Yeah, so we also, Councilman Coates, and we've discussed this. We are meeting together with Alliance and also Bush and Gudgel on this, and with the trail that's being built along there to make those connections and times and make sure that all those drainage and all those things, the infrastructure that's going in, complies to what we have to have there. So that meeting's taking place next week, and that's just part of the process.
So the other thing I had, and it was more a question for Drew, you kind of have it pulled up on the plan there. You said in phases the park's going to be built. I know in Pod 1 we discussed about what you're showing there being built as part of Pod 1. What is the next phase for Pod 2 that's going to be built? At least that's my recollection. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry. Phase 2 is, you can see in the blue area here. And it's basically adding the bathrooms that are part of that. Again, we're doing this in phases, as we stated. The green was with Pod 1. That was to do the parking, and then to have the trailhead that meets up with the city trail that runs down the river. And phase 2, it was agreed when the PUD was given on this whole project, that the bathrooms would then be added as part of Pod, when Pod 2 came. And then you can see over here, it gives you the progression that then when Pod 3 comes, you can see they just keep adding this area to this area. And then finally, the beige area will be the final on that.
So, and then when does the city take over maintenance of each of those phases? Is it the completion of the phase or the completion of the park?
Completion of the park, and I hope that's right, Barry. If not, but I thought I'd just speak. We're not going to take it until the park is completed, right, Barry?
That's correct. Until it's built and to our standards, it'll be theirs until that's done, and we won't have responsibility of that.
Are we concerned about not at least having I'm looking at Pod 2 having an access, at least a gravel road access to that pod, to the off of Country Way? Does everyone see where I'm talking? See how the parking lot goes through and then ties into pod 2? I don't know.
Well, and that may not be the exact configuration. We're still working on all that. That's just a conceptual, and we've met with them and said, you know what, we're going to soften some of these things up. I don't particularly like the way that it's set up with the configuration and the way the space is, and so we're working on all that too.
My concern is that we would have the finish of the roads of Country Way, and we'd have the finish of the roads of the plot, and then have a gap, and then people can't get to they'd have to get on Country Way to get to the park from the
And I think Councilman, that's something we can discuss this week.
Yeah, that's just something that brought to my attention, and I'm not opposed to what was the only thing I would hope it sounds like it was already done deal. You'd have to tell me, but I'm all about the restaurant, but at least all grass patch or something as part of it to kind of kick it off is what I'm thinking. But I don't know what it sounds like. It's already been agreed upon and approved that it was the parking lot and then the restrooms, and then after that it would be other stuff.
So, Mr. Ellerman, if the bathrooms come in at pod 2, where did they go to the bathroom for pod 1? I'm just kidding. I was out there.
I think those are things we can also discuss in this whole process and work through those things. We'll
I was
start
today, and it was an amazing how much dirt was being moved just across the bridge out there today. And, I just want to make sure, Mr. Ellerman, even with these reduction of setbacks, your recommendation is for approval?
Yes. Again, I agreed with a lot of what they said in their write-up, with the openness and everything. And it's mostly down the middle of the project. Let me get off of this page. I got to get back to my mouse control. So a lot of the tightness, I'll just use this one as an example, is basically through this area here. The rest of it, they're pretty much open around the perimeter. And then you have this big open area here. So I'm fine with it. This was the area that they had them closer, and it's in the interior part of the development.
So I appreciate you sharing your reasoning through that. Of course, I always think about livable space and where kids are going to play. I do realize they're putting the park in, but a lot of times kids don't get to the park, especially when they're younger and they need space around their own home to play in. But I do appreciate your insight. That's all I have. Thank you.
Are they leaving the names of the roads, just road A, B, C, D, etc.?
No, when that comes to preliminary plat, we have them put names in at that time.
It's good to know. I think you guys laugh, but I was just joking with that with my staff today. We have a development, and I'm like, we should just leave it so we're the one subdivision that has A, B, C. Just so we have.
There's got to be a first one, right? Can never argue.
There are many cities that have that, believe it or not. Street A, Street B, Street C. Yeah, I've seen it.
One thing I particularly like, Drew, and I remember this coming up at the end of last year, and I attended a planning commission when the initial changes and zonings were done. But I like this one with the purple. I like the traffic calming measures with the stop signs there. That could be a busy road. And I know we talked about those intersections even having some changes in elevation and some different things that that slow that traffic before it goes onto Country Way, which all those further south on Country Way, all those homes face the road there. Can you explain a little bit more what those intersections will look like and what traffic calming measures are instituted or will be instituted?
Well, I think they agreed upon a little bit of a rise, and Mike can jump in if he wants. I'm not sure how high, but they're going to be a raised intersection a little bit. And I don't know, it'll have to go, of course, to standards and whatever engineering allows. But there'll be four-way stops, for one thing. That's not just the people, coming in and out of the subdivision here in this direction, but both, there'll be all-way stops is what they are. So everybody's gonna have to come and stop. Then they'll go through the intersection, go to the next one, stop, and go through, and that'll help break that traffic down to calm it and slow it.
If you zoom in, it shows some brown around the stop signs. What is that?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to clear this out so it doesn't,
I think it's just a crosswalk.
Is the crosswalk, will it be just asphalt, or in some cases you see a different type of material down?
Yeah, I'm not sure because again, this is a zone change and we're not at the preliminary plat stage. So we'll have to run that through at that time of what that's going to be. Again, it'll be based on what Public Works and the standards are within our access management plan.
Yeah, good point.
All right, any additional questions for Drew? Any questions for the applicant? Is the applicant on board?
They are.
No questions for the applicant. All right, this is a public hearing. Who's handling that? Denise, Tara?
I am Mayor. This is Denise. At this time, we do not have any public comments on item 7A.
Okay. If we have no comment, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Coach aye.
IDI.
Cliff eye.
Ward aye. Staley aye.
All right, that is closed. Item B, public hearing is for consideration to approve zone change request Z-20-06. Request from open space to residential family 50 square foot lots R15 located approximately east end of Wild Horse Ridge. Applicant Omni Development Group LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's requesting approval of the zone change of approximately 0.74 acres. The requested change is from, as stated, the current zoning of open space to a proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum, or the R115 zoning designation. The R115 request is for the purpose of developing this 0.74 acres, adding it to an already existing portion of the parcel, which is currently zoned R115. This will increase the buildable area of the parcel for the applicant. The area requested is already somewhat improved from previous earthwork done in that area. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is open space to the north and east, R115 to the south, and R110 to the west. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on a public hearing on June 3rd. The Planning Commission, after that meeting, unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-06 for the zone change request from open space to the proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum, or R115 zoning designation, onto you, the City Council. That's based on the findings in your report. I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on this zone change proposal.
Drew, looking at the area imagery, it looks like there's a wash on the backside of my. When I was
Sorry, you're breaking up. Can you?
Sorry, Drew.
You say,
Is that better?
yeah, yes, thank you.
So looking at the, when I was up there, I didn't notice it as much as I do now with the aerial. But there's a wash down the backside, and I know the applicant's looking to. I'm just concerned that where does that wash end up?
Well, that's why I had them in the zone change request, right where it is. But let me zoom down in here.
I mean, I see that you left the north half open space still. I just,
yeah.
And I can't tell on the aerial where their zone is stopping. And then my other question while you're looking for that is, are they improving the entire road? Because are they just going to improve half the road? Because they own the entire road based on their parcel.
Right. And I know this was asked in Planning Commission, and forgive me because it was 3 weeks ago. I thought I remember Brandon saying they were going to improve the whole road. but I would probably have Mike address what the absolute responsibility would be, because I don't want to overspeak for the public works. So Mike, if you want to jump in on that.
Yeah, I don't really know on this one. I'd have to check and see.
So help me understand this better. I'm looking at that road improvement. If that road improvement is adjacent to which thing on our packet here? I thought I was following, then all of a sudden I feel like I got put onto Mars. Please help me understand.
Can you draw the boundary, Drew, of
Yeah.
the parcels that are being brought up in a different color?
Thank you, Councilman Coates.
It goes
Is that
down.
showing up okay for you, that green? I know it's kind of,
Not really.
that's one parcel, but he also owns, and I'm going to give you a different color. This is the parcel that's already R115 that the same applicant owns.
Okay.
And he wants to build a home, you know, of course, on here. And so to do that, he needs a little bit more R115. So we're just taking part of this northern parcel and only, you know, 3/4 of an acre to add it with probably another, what's going to be left just under 3/4 of an acre out here after the road goes in, to give him around an acre piece or smaller.
So what would happen with the remaining property that's not being developed?
I mean, up here?
Yes.
Well, as Councilman Coates said, it's a wash area. He'll still own it, but he just won't be able to do, he can use it as a backyard play area, but open space doesn't allow anything to be built in it. So, and I went up there today just to let you know, and it was kind of cool. He's already put some steps going down from, you know, this pad up here, going down there. It's actually kind of a cool little feature. So they can get down to the wash. It's still theirs. They own it. So
I have a question for Mike. Would it be acceptable from the public works standpoint if they built their portion of the road and then just deeded the other half? Maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves for the zone change, but I just am thinking because of where their property line lands, it looks like it's on the south side of the right of way. Is that appropriate, or would you guys, maybe you can't answer that right now, but would you expect the whole road to be built? I just hate for one lot owner to have to build both sides of the street, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, it makes it very difficult if he owns the whole thing, both sides of the road.
I guess what I was saying is if we built half and dedicated the entire side of the road to the city, so that when whoever owns the parcel to the south, say they want to build a lot, I don't know if they can, that they would build their portion, or I'm just asking the question, I guess.
That probably would be our best option to do that. That way we could, if it builds over there, we could require them, the adjoining property owner, to build.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if it's all his property, then it would be really up to him to build the full road.
Do you think there's a possibility that that road will extend further given the steepness of that hillside there? How do you see or do you would you anticipate that dead ending into that property and being done? It's really steep.
I would be more inclined to think that it will dead end, and that's something that we would look at when it comes into us, and whether we need to cul-de-sac that and make it just a dead end. I'd need to see where it lays in the hillside ordinance for development.
I was going to point out that area I just did in red. I don't know if that's going to be a usable area without some heavy retaining walls along here. It's going to be a difficult piece to develop directly south.
Well, it sounds like he has some challenges ahead of him, but I guess we're talking zoning. I didn't mean to bring up. I just I'm seeing.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Councilman Coates. I feel as much information that we can discuss at any time is valuable. I look forward to seeing that come later on, and hopefully we can address it.
Is there any soil issues up here that we know about? I swear there's an issue with soil somewhere around here. Is it the Lost Ridge subdivision, Drew, that had a bunch of?
We actually have some expansive soils up in that area. A yellow clay.
Yellow clay.
We're trying to decipher what you've written on the map.
Sorry, it's build and dedicate. It's hard to write with a finger and a pointer.
Lost that. We were like, me and Councilman Ward were taking bets over here on. Okay.
Does that help? Does that now make sense? Build and dedicate?
On it too.
It's like a 5-year-old did it.
Well.
Oh, or Drew.
Gotcha. Drew just loves his drawings, I gotta say.
I really, yeah, I appreciate it. That's great. Drew, and I know it messes up all your drawings, but at some point, can I have you just slide back? I'm trying to orient myself where I'm at, and you were too efficient when you zoomed us in there.
Yeah, let me get to my mouse and this is up. I don't know if this even helps you, but does everybody know where City Manager Carter lives?
Okay. Let's point that on the public.
I think he's right over here. Let me point out to his house. If you know where he lives, this is kind of just up above him.
How about just east of Washington Fields Road, Drew?
Yeah. Everybody watching YouTube knows where, but anyway, this is kind of, and you can see the elementary school, the new one down here, Majestic Elementary.
Yeah. Okay.
Down here. Stady Farm is just a little bit farther south.
Yeah, I just
piece
vicinity map for sure.
This piece again is back here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for Drew from council? To the applicant.
If there's any more discussion, I don't want to jump the gun here. Was there any public comment from the recorder's office has?
Sorry, I had to get to my mute button. At this time, there are no public comments for this item.
Motion that we close the public hearing on the zone change request Z-20-06.
Motion and second. Go roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Thank you. Move on to item C. Public hearing for consideration to approve zone change request Z-20-07. Request from community commercial C2 to plan unit development. Residential PUDR located approximately the northeast corner of Telegraph Street, 1100 East. Applicant Red Vista Development of Orem LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's requesting this zone change of approximately 3.68 acres. The request change, as stated, is from the community commercial C2 zoning to a proposed plan unit development residential, specifically utilizing the multifamily development standards. The PUDR request is for the purpose of developing the 3.68 acres into a multifamily residential housing project of 84 condominium dwelling units. Each dwelling unit will have 2 bedrooms and 2 baths. This particular location recently went through a general plan land use designation and was given the PUD designation for a general plan. And also because we knew it was going to be multifamily, so the designation carries a 13 to 16 dwelling unit per acre ratio on the density. The proposed project is proposing 22.8 dwelling units per acre. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is R3 to the north, C2 to the south and east, and then the residential agricultural 2-acre, which is the sod farm to the west. The applicant has provided 2 parking spaces for each unit, one space being canopied or covered, and has met the visitor parking standard of 1 space per 3.5 dwelling units throughout the project. The applicant has also addressed the outdoor amenity area sufficiently, as well as the open undeveloped spaces throughout the development, including amenity areas. And they're kind of black and white, but let me move on to a different exhibit that'll kind of point that out a little bit more. As you can see, the areas out here on Telegraph, and they're labeled as the tot lots, etc. In a sports court, etc. throughout, as you see, pavilions and everything else. So they also have, I'll just go through some of those. Again, there's a sports court, it's a sports court pickleball court, a couple of shade pavilions, tot lot playground area, turf line detention area for outdoor play, and a dog run area in the northeast portion of the project. The landscaping shown seems sufficient for the development, and staff's only concern is the density ratio association with the proposed PUD. The city stated density for, again, this particular area is the high density, which is 13 to 16 dwelling units. The applicant is proposing, again, almost 23 dwelling units per acre. The justification for the increase is based upon the need for affordable and attainable housing needs in our community. This applicant has addressed you in the past several times, but also during the general plan amendment about them making this an affordable housing through affordable FHA mortgage loans, etc., and having owner retention in this at nearly 67% under a deed restriction, which would again stays with it as it's recorded on the properties. So the applicant would like to be eligible for 1 unit increase that they would get normally through the extra landscaping along the periphery. So that would bump them up to 17 dwelling units per acre. That leaves you, the council, to decide on the remaining 5.8 dwelling units on that ratio density based on a need for affordable housing. The city is determined providing that on that discrepancy for, again, you, the council, to make that call and that determination. Staff would also like to point out that 2 of our approved PCD projects have been awarded 22 dwelling unit per acres in the past, just for what that's worth. And you're under, as you think this through, just to have that in your thought process. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at a public hearing held on June 3rd. The Planning Commission, by a vote of 4-1, recommended approval of Z-20-07 for the zone change request from community commercial C2 to the proposed plan unit development residential PUDR. And again, specifically on the multifamily residential development standards onto you, the city council. And that's based, of course, on the findings and the conditions in the report. Now, I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has. I just want to bring up the 3rd exhibit while you move into any thoughts or questions you wanted to ask me. So here's what the building will be in appearance.
Hey, Drew, can you give us in the Planning Commission what were the concerns of why we got a 4-1 vote?
The 1 vote basically said that he's uncomfortable with the density, and that was it.
I'm actually, I can read exactly what the minutes say, and I just have to have it pulled up. So Commissioner Smith says he stated he agrees that the motion, or with the motion, just has an issue with the code regarding density. So in the minutes, he likes the project, but he said as a planning commissioner, he feels like he needs to be more letter of the law. And so just the notes, there was some back and forth with the commissioners on how to handle that. Typically, they're required to say, does this meet the code? And but apparently, just reading through it, enough of them liked it after lengthy discussion that they recommended approval. But Commissioner Smith, the chair, was a dissenting vote just because of that reason. He said he's in favor of it, but it doesn't technically meet the code. He said no.
This project's been coming down the road for a long time. I feel like I spent more time on this than with my favorite dog the last several months. But, recognizing the need in our community and the specific needs that this project offers. And I was actually quite impressed with the landscape amenities for the children that will be there. And I just think that it's something that we always need to consider as affordable housing. I know that's kind of a hot topic, exactly what affordable means, and I think it kind of applies in different situations for different people. But I do think this is something that I'm happy to have in front of us tonight.
So I've toyed with, because I've been very advocating, we want to keep our commercial for there as we have our commercial, which is general plan. I requested it be called as a PUD, not a PUDR versus a PUDC. Looking at this plan, I'm not totally against it because of the nature we're in with the COVID and everything. I think commercial industry is changing. And so I sat back and thought about how I thought about this particular parcel. And the more I think about it, I don't know if I'm as opposed to it as I used to be, because I think that the way we shop and way we do stuff is going to be different. I am concerned about the density being so high. I'm concerned about 1100 East not being wide enough. I'm concerned that on this plan, they don't loop the water, which I'm sure Mike will deal with, because it's over 600 feet. So they'll have to loop their water to at least telegraph at some point. And those are kind of, and my last concern is the phasing. If the first phase, in my opinion, should be this, at least the streets for phase 1 and 2 be constructed so that you have another way of access besides 1100 East. Those are the concerns that I see right off. I know we need affordable housing, and I think this is a good product. I like that, what was it, 66% would be deed restricted. Those are my comments.
Joe, I think my main concerns also go back to the density. I feel that the density is too high on this. I know that we are looking for ways to get affordable housing, but within the phasing, I've gone and stood at this corner and really looked at the demand that would be happening to this area, and also just to the increased hazard this possibly could pose to one of our most busy streets that we have within our city in Telegraph. Driving by that a few times, whether I slow down to try to turn into this or try to hit on 1100, these areas are growing so much in their demand. I really feel like we're creating bottlenecks for our citizens to get in and out of this. It feels very forced, and it feels like we're not providing the proper infrastructure for an idea like this. It feels like 1100 is definitely way below its capacity to handle something like this, especially making our third place in our city with such a high density. But correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, could you show me where those other places are located in relation to our main roads? If I remember right, they're tucked in a way where there is ability to get out of heavy traffic to get into those higher densities. We're going from a high traffic area to a high density, and I feel like this is not the same comparison that you brought out.
Yeah, so here's the project. I hope I'm getting what you want me to point out.
We'll find out.
Here's your proposed project. And are you talking about the ones over on Bella Vista Drive?
I am.
Okay. Darn it, I'm too zoomed in, so let me back out a little bit. I get too far out. I'm going to have to redo that. Hang with me here. And our project proposals right here. And then the other ones that was approved is over in this area where we have some high density.
Correct.
Project. I think you were referring to the Bella Vista Road being able to have this coming in and out easier
Correct.
versus the shortness of this.
I mean, is there any type of a deceleration lane for those people to be able to turn into this higher density?
This has a built-in one already.
Okay.
Yes, this project, there is a deceleration lane right here.
Okay.
It's already in place. Yeah.
So an expansion to Telegraph as it exists now. That deceleration lane, I tried to see this. I didn't catch it, to be honest.
It's already built.
It's built.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me, so you can see it right here with the sidewalk. Let me get back to,
Yeah, it still does. You're right.
this whole area right here is deceleration.
It's just interesting that we're allowing this type of a density to be so close to a high traffic road. And it still feels very forced. I mean, I can see that deceleration lane going into some commercial piece, but not to that high density of a residential piece. That's where I still struggle with this.
Sorry, you said you can see it with what?
With a commercial piece, where the concept would be going probably immediately into a parking lot or something. But I feel that when we're doing so much with residents, this is a completely different form and nature of the piece, shifting from commercial to residential. And it's just concerning to me.
What a higher density usually is closer to the busier streets, though.
It is closer to busier streets, closer, but not attached to. And that's what I was trying to show with what we have currently in Washington City. This is our first one attached right to Telegraph.
But if you go just east to Sienna Hills, those two are high density apartments that are right off Telegraph. But they have
once
a traffic
again,
signal. That's the only difference that I see, but it's not in yet. We're working on it. I'm just bringing it out. There's a lot of density in Sienna Hills right on that intersection.
I know and that's the thing is, we're adding so much density and so much strain to this particular road. I think we're decreasing its value and its safety to our citizens without doing something. If we're going to do a lot to increase our density, I think we should measure that and counterbalance that with our safety measures to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for just decreased value and safety, decreased quality of life. So that's just my thoughts.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Drew, help me, remind me where we're at on the height on this building because we modified that regulation. Is this right where they used all the height they can with the ordinance?
Yeah, let me just zoom in on that for you.
Because we're at 42, right?
And that's what the limit is. Yeah. So basically they got their 4 floors in and then made as much roof pitch with the remaining feet available. And it really isn't too flat. If this is a true to character architectural rendering, that's not too bad.
So all of the air conditioning and utilities will be underneath that roof, nothing on top. Is that what we're?
Yeah, I think the applicant's online with us. And Brady, you don't have any equipment that's on your roofs, right? Brady, you there?
I should be. Yeah, let me try this one. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
Everything is behind the building. There's nothing on the roof.
It's behind in the parking lot.
It's on the sides, around the back. It's not. It's in the landscaping. The AC units.
You want to zoom up on one of those images, Drew? You can see at least the gas meters and stuff, and I'm assuming it's close.
This is as far. I've tried to go tighter. This is all my computer will allow. Like I say, I keep hitting my plus button, and that's as close as I can get. And that's what I was trying to find. But I think you can see them by these bushes. Is that what you're pointing out?
I was just saying you can see the gas meters. It's not the air conditioning condensers, but it would be a similar thing where there'd be a bank of gas or.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, let me point those guys. Just so everybody knows what you're saying. Here they are right here. That does look like a bank of gas meters.
Yeah.
And right here.
Okay. It's just height has always been kind of an issue for me, and this is a major entrance area to our city, and it will be right off that road.
Yeah, and this is what we discussed when we approved the new height. We knew that we had to go up, and we knew we were 3-story buildings people could pull off. And it was when they were coming for asking for additional height was to go to 4th floors. This one meets that within that 42 foot, which we put as the new limit. So this is kind of what at least I envisioned with that 42 foot raise, was to get to this 4th floor and still have a pitched roof.
And then, can you tell me, so how much of the building is a hard way to, maybe it's a hard way to say this, but or hard question for you to demonstrate this, but if they were to meet zoning currently, how much of the project would they have to cut out if they maintain the same, either taking off a floor or taking off a side of the building? What would we?
Hey, Drew, I've thought of that.
It would just be 5.
I can answer that.
Go ahead.
We've got, okay. If we were to do 17 units to an acre, we could easily do that with 3-bed, 2-bath units, about 1,300 feet. They would be, the project would look exactly the same as it does right now, meaning there would be 5 buildings and it would look exactly the same. Because we are so much less dense, less smaller, we've taken out a bedroom, a bathroom, and the hallways that connect it. And so if we were to do 16 units to an acre, that would be 189 bedrooms. Right now we have 168 bedrooms because we're smaller. And so we're able to fit in the same exact massing of the building, what it looks like now. If we were to say, okay, we're gonna do 17 units to an acre because of the 1 density bonus we get there, we could take out those 2 left buildings completely, and we could do that in those 3 buildings on the right. And that would all be landscaping and wasted space, basically, because it's our units. We know that density is too, but this project is not as dense as it could be if we were to, the current zoning contemplates someone's going to come in and put townhome 16 units to an acre, or they're going to do stacked condos 16 units to an acre. They're going to do 3 beds, 2 baths, and sell them for $260,000. And we're saying, no, we're doing the opposite of that. We're taking square footage out, and now we're able to fit more units in the same size building, but it's not as dense as if we were to do it 3-bed, 2 bath, because now we've got 3 unrelated singles living in there. We've got families with more drivers. We're going to have to park more. But right now, as it is, we have the same amount of massing, just more units, and we're able to park it, landscape it, building height, everything is met. It's just that we're up in the density because the units are so much smaller. And so I know it looks like, oh man, the density is so high, but it's not high. It's the same amount of square footage, less bedrooms, less people in there, less everything, because the units are smaller, and we've controlled, in the deed, we put 2 adults per unit. That's it. There's no 3 unrelated singles, no 3 drivers. And so to answer your question, yeah, if we were to, we're going to do 17 units to an acre, we could do that in 3 buildings. And then we just, that whole corner over there is just wasted, open space that we have the HOA take care of.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the?
Just one for Drew. Has the fire department looked at this layout?
Sorry, you broke up again. I'm not picking on you, Councilman Coase. Can you repeat that again?
I'll pick on you later, Drew. No, I'm just wondering if the fire department's looked at this layout. At the end, it looked like there's a turnaround, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah, we do send this to them every time any of these zone changes, they get a chance to look at those. Matt is online.
Matt, can you respond to that, or does that meet fire code?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Drew's right. I would have looked at it at some point in time. top of my head, I can't tell you. As far as the turnaround though, turnaround's required after 150 feet. It would require 2 access points because of the density.
And we have those.
We have 2 access points for the first 2 phases. I'm just concerned about the length on phase, is it 3, 4, and 5?
Yeah, and I don't have that pulled up, but Drew, can you tell me how long it is on that dead end? I'm gonna guess it's probably close to that limit, but under.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of if I had a scale on here, I might be able to, oh, there we go. Now, is that from the roadway you're saying, right?
I'm saying from the start of phase 3 to the very end. You got to go to your other exhibit, building layout.
Brady, what size are the buildings?
Let's see, Ben's on the line. He may know that as well.
That'll help.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. What are the widths and the lengths of the buildings, Ben?
Here, let me pull up the drawing real quick that has I can give you the overall links on those. So give me just 1 second here and I'll give you the links. One thing to contemplate on that too, though, I know Councilman Coates is talking about that. From the fire analysis, obviously we do have 2 points. There's actually 3 points of egress since they wanted to keep the connection up to the north into Bristol Park. But if they decided they needed a turnaround at the end, we can put, and I know we've done this on multiple other projects where we have a situation like this, because the city doesn't want an additional third egress out of that end, that far east end, is that we put a crash gate within some sort of a paver system or something that pushes then for just emergency egress only out that far southeast corner. So that is another option to look at if they decide they needed a different look at that from a standpoint of a third egress, I guess you could say. So just give me a second here. I'm just pulling up the CAD drawing. That way I'll give you an exact measurement.
Either way, it looks
And while Ben's pulling that up, I wanted to point out, in order for FHA, what we've got to do is build this one building at a time. It doesn't go in all 5 at a time. And FHA requires us to have all the roads, all the parking, all the amenities in for the first building. And so this won't be something where one building's built, something goes belly up, and then everything is sitting there in the weeds. This whole structured amenities and everything will be put in with building number 1. Also, one mention on traffic. Residential development is far less traffic than commercial, where traffic is the name of the game. You're going to have people going to work, and you're going to have people coming home. It's not going to be all in, out every day, all day, every day, just people coming and going the way a commercial development would. This is going to be, let's go to work in the morning, let's come home at night, because these are going to be young singles and older retired couples that are going to go to the market. This isn't going to be constant traffic in and out the way a commercial development would be, which is another advantage that we think we have sometimes when we're putting a development in around a commercial area.
Okay, so if we take a continuous line from the intersection of phase 2 and phase 3, which is the intersection basically of the north-south and east-west access points into the project. So right where the dumpster in the middle of the project is, that access is up to Bristol Park, and then goes south back out to Telegraph. I take a line and go from there over to the far eastern dumpster, and then go all the way down that far eastern drive aisle. We are at 500 feet. And then there is 300 feet if you were to take a distance from, again, the intersection of that middle drive aisle down to Telegraph. And if you were to say, let's hypothetically put another third access in, then you'd be at 330 feet. So, yeah, so that's where we're at on distance-wise.
Can we have Chief talk about the lengths that's in code for the ladder truck?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of requirements they'd have to meet. And so for the project, of course, we haven't done a full review of the project because we haven't got to that point. So we would look at it just on a preliminary basis and given some ideas or things that pop up. And so there's a couple of things that they would have to meet. One would be on the height requirement, and you hit it right on, is it does require aerial access in the fire code. So if you go over that 35 feet, they got to give us access to one full span of the building, at least 15 feet away, no farther than 30 feet. And for most of these buildings, that don't look like it'll be a problem. They do have a couple of their inner roads. The one where they where Drew drew the big red box and the green circles and the blue arrows. That one would definitely require a turnaround or a hammerhead to do that. And the other internal one that dead ends into in between the two buildings on the other side. If either of those two sections of road are over 150 feet, it requires a turnaround that meets the code. And the code gives them a lot of options as far as different things they can do to meet that requirement, but it would require a turnaround.
So Drew, the one that goes into the pickleball court, we're right at about 160 feet on that one. And then the one on the far east, go down to the end, that one is 180 feet.
Yeah, the one on the end would count from where you start that road, which is really from the center of your complex. So it would go from the center and then all the way down, since there's nowhere to turn around in between all that. So that would be the full length. The one that comes down to your courts, that would only be the length of that road, since you can go either direction still.
Right, so the actual length of that road, not taking it from the center, we're right at 150 feet. So now the far eastern side, again, I guess back to the fire chief, would the crash gates on that be acceptable for a third egress out of there? If we were to put crash gates or bollards, that go through and then have that hook out as just an emergency egress only. I know we've done that on some other projects before. Would that be an acceptable third egress out of there without having to do a full hammerhead?
Yeah, there are lots of options. Crash gates is a term that a lot of people use. We don't do crash gates as far as it goes, but there are some other options like you talked about. So typically things like that haven't been issues that we haven't been able to overcome pretty easily. Like I said, the code does give us quite a few different ways to go. So we can usually find something that works. But you have to remember, it's not just for the fire department either when it comes to that. So some of that would depend upon where you put some of your utilities and their access and garbage trucks backing up and all those kind of things. It's when it comes to dead ends. And then when you talk about crash gates and emergency access, we usually look at those gates as in kind of a different light. So they're that secondary access. That's the way to get in if one's blocked. But if you're creating a really long dead end street that any vehicle of size has to back all the way up is, of course, not necessarily the greatest idea.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know we're kind of getting into the weeds on stuff that gets discussed more at the next level, which is fine, but we have other options. If that becomes a major sticking point, we can flop that whole thing where the drive lane all comes up to Telegraph, and then now we end up having a different, there's different ways we can skin the cat here. So again, this is still at a zone change level, so we're kind of getting into some really nitty gritty detail here now. when we start talking about all this level. I mean, yeah. So I'm just throwing that out there as, we're obviously we'll look at this in a lot more scrutinized detail as we get to the next level. So
I appreciate that, but we're not when it comes to a PUD. We're proving what's on the plan. That's the difference from straight zone to this zone is this is what we're approving, is this layout, this many parking stalls. That's the concern I have.
No, and I understand that. I'm just saying too that there's other ways if we decide we need to do something different here, we can make that work. So, the fire code, obviously, again, as the fire chief talked about, I know we've done some other options on dead ends like that, or we've done the removable bollards or whatever. They're not called crash gates, but over in Coral Canyon, I know we did that in a few locations where we did the removable bollards in a, grass paved type situation through the landscaping and, so forth. But now, again, if the city wanted to do a third access, we could. It meets the minimum distance of 330 feet to another drive. It's just, it didn't seem like in the original design of this that they wanted to do that. Hence, there was only two curb cuts into the site. So.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you. Denise, this is a public hearing. Are there any comments?
Mayor, there are several comments. The first one I have is a letter that was dated June 18th from Ron and Cheryl Peroni. The subject is Red Vista Development of Orem LLC, hearing June 24, 2020. We own the unit 55 in Bristol Park Townhome, directly behind where the trash dumps, the center trash dumps area are slatted to be constructed. We strongly object to this due to the sight of it, the smell, and loud trash trucks during the pickup. We would think that the other two dumpster sites will be offensive to the owners directly behind them. This will definitely devalue the property and deter potential buyers on a resale for us. Please think about if you own the unit, are you sure you wouldn't want this either? Please consider these locations and move the planned dumpster sites to the east and west ends of the development where there will be less effective residents. Again, we strongly object to the dumpster sites as per the existing plan. Thank you in your consideration of our request. Thanks, Ron Peroni. The next ones are comments that were made online. Hang on, let me get back up to the top. Currently, there are 16 comments. The first one is from Mike Miller. He's from the Washington Fields area. It says, I live next door. The developers have come by and showed us the project and the pricing, and I fully support it. I am currently renting, and I wish this project was available to me when I was starting out, because I wouldn't be renting now. I would have been able to purchase and start building equity. I fully support the project. What Washington needs is more projects like this and less neighborhoods full of unaffordable $600,000 homes. Jana Morley from Washington Fields writes, I am very much looking forward to this new project coming to Washington. There is nothing else here in this community that you can purchase at a reasonable price. I am sure this condo project will sell out fast. It's about time that an opportunity is finally here that is affordable and FHA approved. I hope more projects like this come available in the future. The next comment is from Bruce Dickerson. He says, I have developed over 700 affordable housing units in 3 different cities. Affordable housing means FHA approved private ownership. Every mayor of every city welcomes my types of projects to their cities. 90% of the buyers are young couples with no children or one on the way. They are established with land use restrictions that prevent my projects from becoming a big rental housing development. Give Red Vista a positive vote, and I promise you will not be sorry. We received another one. The next one is from David and Kathy Trevor. He writes, June 24, 2020, Dear City of Washington, we are writing to you to let you know of our feelings against the proposed development for high-rise condos being built on the property adjacent to Bristol Park Townhomes on 1100 East and Telegraph Street in Washington, Utah. Bristol Park Townhomes are located in a beautiful rural spot, and it is a lovely neighborhood that I am sure Washington City is proud of. To bring in those 5 high-rise, 4-story condo buildings and place them and all their amenities on such a small piece of land and so close to the Bristol Park area is just wrong. Someone is trying to get all the units, sorry, I lost my place, get all the units and money they can into that small area. And if Washington City allows it, they are not using proper city development planning or trying to at all keep the aesthetics of rural Washington homes and living. 5-story condo units would overwhelm the area and practically block the sun for the people in Bristol Park. Please do not allow Red Vista Development Project to be approved. Sincerely, David and Kathy Trevor, owners in Bristol Park. They gave their phone number, but I am not going to read it. The next one is from Arthur Reed in Washington Fields. He says, Dear council members, my concern is, why are we talking about having more housable density packed into this small area on Telegraph? How many more cars must you pack into this small street? Why is it so important to pack so many homes into this area, especially when the density, if this project is beyond an approved density for the area? Is this the plan for the area to stack them deep and sell them cheap? There are other options that will make a much better community. Pull the plug on this phase. The next one is from Larry Murray downtown. I'm strongly opposed to this zone change. The surrounding community has already been forced to bear an excessive amount of high-density residential projects that threaten extensive traffic and effectively destroy the character of the surrounding single-family homes neighborhoods. The city of Washington should not be striving to lower the standard of living in the community, nor turning the city into a town of high-density transit community. I live in a single-family community and would be adversely affected by this project. I did not vote for the existing city council members to represent developers. I voted for them to represent me. The next one is from Concessa Murray from the downtown area. The city council should immediately deny this zone change. The current commercial zoning meets the needs of the surrounding community. If the city council wants more affordable housing, they should spread out high-density developments to Washington Fields and other parts of the city instead of turning the existing area along Telegraph into a future slum. This is completely unfair to burden existing residential homeowners with this kind of development. Please stop it. The next comment is from Terry Keefe. Mayor and members of the council, I am submitting my comments today to voice my opposition to item Z20-07, a rezone from C2 to PUDR at the northeast corner of Telegraph and 1100 East. The developer wants to build 84 condominium units on 3.68 acres. The density submitted by the developer does not comply with our city ordinance. I am sorry that I did not see the public hearing notice for the Planning Commission, or I would have submitted my comments to the commission as well. In reviewing their minutes, I was glad to see that one commissioner voted against the proposal due to the density being more than allowed by ordinance. Why should the city bother with developing zoning ordinances if we are not going to follow our own ordinances and continue to make exceptions so developers can make more money? As you all know, there is a very little commercial property left in the city. Rezoning commercial land to high-density residential erodes the city's tax base, while at the same time increased demands on city services. Sometime during the last year, another developer wanted to rezone commercial land located at the southeast corner of Telegraph and Bella Vista to affordable, high-density residential. This request was wisely voted down by the city council because, as I recall, is the security of the undeveloped land, commercial land in Washington City. The developer argued that he had been attempting to locate businesses that were interested in the property, but had not been successful. I can see his point, except for the fact that the city has experienced tremendous residential growth, numbering in the thousands of units along the east end of 1100 East and on Bella Vista Drive south of Telegraph, and along Washington Parkway from the freeway to the south of Telegraph. Numerous multifamily housings and single-family units have been built, with even more readily approved in the construction or beginning of the construction soon. In this rezone request, it appears that the developer purchased commercially zoned land and is using the pretext of affordable housing to get the city to change the zone. Why should the city give up tax-producing property for this development? Why doesn't the developer build commercial project there that will serve the needs of the current residents? Significant housing units have been or soon will be constructed in this immediate area. Other than 2 gas stations and a restaurant and a soon-to-be completed hotel, there is no professional building or other services in this area, thus forcing current residents to drive to our downtown area, St. George or Hurricane. It is time for the city to take this into consideration when rezone requests such as this one are submitted. I know the argument that we need more affordable housing so our kids and grandkids can live here, but that cannot be the sole reason that the city uses to eliminate commercial land and continue to approve so many large multifamily units, as seen to be the latest mindset of the Planning Commission and the council. Where is the balance? Finally, the issue of every increasing traffic on Telegraph is only going to get worse, and more family units are approved and built. Do we really want the main thoroughfare of our city to be gridlocked several times a day? Thank you, Jerry and Jan Keefe, Washington, Utah. The next one is from Charles. I'm going to slaughter this name and I apologize. Pacachona from the downtown area. There are several reasons I want this proposed zone change denied. Number one, very recently, there was a similar attempt at a rezone change from commercial to residential at the southeast corner of Telegraph and Bella Vista. That request was denied. Main reason, available commercial zone space is limited and any further erosion would be a detriment to the community at large for future needs. Number two, currently approved development of Bella Vista between Telegraph and Bonnie Lane, a 3-phase project. with several names, one of which is Desert Flower, all by the developer SJ Construction, with the final phase to include condos and mid-rise apartments complex was denied the request for 4-story buildings. Number 3, currently there are several hundreds of new units in major development under construction in the greater area encompassing north of Telegraph, west of Coral Canyon, south of I-15, and east of 1100 East, as well as a huge development at Hellhole. The argument of the more available of affordable housing has been a drumbeat for several years, and these 1,000+ units currently under construction attest to that point. At what junction does the city of Washington consider the immense impact on the traffic patterns these highly constructed and yet to be fulfilled currently approved developments are going to have on the well-being of this community? All major services are west of these houses, developments, and only the available access routes are through Telegraph and I-15. Telegraph has no room to be widened. It is what it is, and it is already overwhelmed during peak traffic hours. Using I-15 will just put more strain on an already maxed intersection at Green Springs between Red Hills Parkway and Telegraph. Between Red Hills and Telegraph. Please follow the wise precedent set by previous council decision and deny this request for zone change. The next comment is from DJ Hill from the Washington Fields. My daughter was recently married. He got a job offer in St. George and she wanted to finish school at Dixie State. However, they are only finding basements and rundown apartments or super expensive rentals with nothing in between. This would be an amazing option for them. The next one is from Justin Heidemann outside of Washington City. Washington City is so bad that young married couples in schools literally cannot find anywhere to even rent that is affordable. I have a niece who was recently married and she and her husband attend Dixie College. When they started looking for a place to live, they ended up out in Ivins because there was nothing available. Not just too expensive, but not available. Hang on just a second. I want to make sure that, okay. I wanted to make sure that line didn't go to a next one. The next comment is from John T. from Washington Fields. I live near there. We don't need a hotel or commercial. We need somewhere nice and affordable for young married families to live. Then the next comment is from Tom Sanka from the downtown area. Here we go again. An out-of-town developer or a MUTA purchases a piece of property commercially zoned and petitions to change it to high-density residential. Stop with the nonsense. We need our commercial property zoning to remain exactly that, commercial. When this company purchased the land, they knew what they were buying. What happened to the hotel the sign said was being built? Please deny the exploitation of changing our city zoning for the benefit of some out-of-town corporation. Please vote with common sense for the citizens of Washington. Thank you, Tom Saka. The next one is from Ronald Rami from Coral Canyon area. I am a resident of Bella Vista neighborhood. I am opposed to the project. I offer the following comments. The rezoning and approval of this project should not be allowed because, as was pointed out and very well discussed at the Planning Commission meeting, the density exceeds the city code and no substantive need for an exception was presented. The next one is approval would be conflict with the council's previous expressed desire to maintain an inventory of favorable commercial C2 zone properties in the city. A similar project to be located on C2 property at the corner of Bella Vista Drive and Telegraph was firmly denied. Also, at least one and perhaps two attempts to rezone this particular piece of property for residential and other uses other than C2 have been disapproved by the council. Next comment, the commercial number in these incidents, that is sales tax revenue for businesses that most benefits the city rather than the property tax. Next one is, while there may be a need for affordable housing in the city, is there a demand for this type of property? Very small, 925 to 950 square feet with one bath owned property. It's with a question mark. The next one is the property elevation shows 4-story buildings shoehorned into a small space would be considered, this would be entirely out of place with the surrounding neighborhoods and by many council approved for, excuse me, let me start this over again. The typing's quite close. This would be entirely out of place with the surrounding neighborhoods and by many would be considered an eyesore in one of the gateway corridors to the city. The council approval for part of the property located further on Bella Vista Drive did not allow proposed 4-story, reduce them to 3-story. Buildings being of the aesthetics. And those buildings will not front Telegraph Road as those in the proposed would. The next one, there was no recommendation required to hold the developer to his assertion that the project would be 67% restricted owned, deed restricted owner occupied units. See staff narrative. He stated, as recorded in the Planning Commission minutes, that the FHA rule was only 50%. He did not mention to the Planning Commission that he planned to do anything other than comply with the stated FHA rule. The next point he makes is the developer also states that the rule, what rule, requires that only one building be built at a time and that the building must be 50% solid. 50% sold before a new one can be started. If this project does not sell as projected, the city will certainly be left with a significant problematic property. Lastly, please do not forget what effect should a density and influx of people and automotives would have upon traffic and the congestion that is growing daily and will increase incrementally in this area when all the construction currently in progress is completed and comes online. Thank you for your hard work and difficulty and demanding position. I hope you will remember your pledges to serve the existing citizens of the great city well. The next one is from Benjamin Hells. My wife and I moved downtown to St. George for work, and we're hoping to be able to buy something as we are recently both graduates from college and fairly recently married. But as we search for homes, we cannot find anything close to our budget that we could afford. In the end, we had to rent a townhome, which definitely wasn't our first choice, but it works. I have heard about Red Vista Development and the proposed projects on Telegraph, and I am very interested by the idea of being able to own a place for less than we pay for monthly rent. I am really hoping that this is able to come about, and I don't think that I am alone when I say that this would be a great option to have for people who are just starting their careers and families. Let me check the site one more time and make sure no other comments have been made. 16. No further comments have been made.
Thank you, Denise. Appreciate that very much.
You bet.
If there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing. Unless there's a comment, Councilman Ward.
I can make my comment after it's closed.
You sure? Okay.
Likewise, I can wait till it's closed. Mayor, I can make a motion to close this public meeting at this time. Public comment.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Coates aye.
Yeah.
Clough aye.
Ward aye. Staley aye.
Comments, Councilman Ward?
Wow, really good comments.
Yeah.
I'm just really impressed. This is a tough issue, difficult. Lots of, I appreciate all the comments, just giving us a lot more things.
Hey, Drew.
All right.
Are we able to respond to some of those comments? Because they've been terribly misinformed by somebody.
Well, you need to address the mayor.
I'm afraid that they're entitled to their opinion, and I personally appreciate their opinion. You had very many for you. You had very many against you. I mean, your opinion as well, and you've given your opinion and your options there. There was probably as many for as there were against. You know.
Good. There was we need a clarification. Who seconded that?
Coates did.
Councilman Coates seconded that.
Sorry, I need to get in there.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Thank you, Councilman Ward. And Councilman Clough, did you have another comment?
No, I was just within the review. I feel an insane amount of gratitude. I was concerned how these meetings would be, and I have been so overwhelmed and appreciative how many people are actually participating in these meetings at internet base. And so for those who took the time to voice something to us, it really helped reaffirm my position on this. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know about you, but you said to reaffirm your position. I don't know. It's tough. I'm not sure if I have a position on this yet. This is one I'll struggle with. In some aspects, it's on a busy road. There's may not be any better place for this, but this area has been really impacted by some really large developments. However, not very many of those developments currently are really truly addressing the current issue of affordable housing in our area. Some of these have gone to rental properties. Some of these have gone to, not rental properties, but 65 and older kind of communities. We do have a problem with affordable housing in the area, but this particular area has really been impacted lately by high density, really large projects, which I don't necessarily love, but I don't have an answer for affordable housing either. I mean, there are places in Washington City that if we propose a project like this, people would come uncorked because they haven't had to deal with any types of projects like this. I can empathize with the citizens of the area who feel overburdened because they've already got a lot of this going on. But I can also empathize with residents. A lot of our kids are going to continue to struggle to find places to live in Washington. And this is not an easy decision.
I was just going to make the comment, maybe Drew can help me. Isn't the apartment complex east of the park in Sienna Hills, isn't that? It's not affordable housing, but it's I think they designate a certain percentages.
Yeah, there's a small percentage designated for a subsidized is what it's called. It's based on their income, but I think it's only 25% of all, the number of doors. It's either 25 or 30%. it's limited, has
Which one?
subsidized based on their income, but the other 75, to 70% is standard market value.
I thought they couldn't get that put together, so I forgot about that.
They own all those apartments. Like, they're not selling them; they own them and rent them.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between a starter home and renting an apartment. This is like a starter apartment, I guess.
Well, and like several of them mentioned, they can actually grow some equity in it. It's got some unique aspects to it for sure.
Thank you. We'll move on. Item D, public hearing for consideration to open and amend the 2019-2020 fiscal year budget. Kimberly Roosh.
Mayor and Council, tonight you have before you for this public hearing an amendment for the 2019-2020 budget. It was last amended on March 11th, and this budget opening is being recommended to account for changes in revenue and expenditures since the last budget opening occurred, and takes into account additional budgetary changes that were identified in the briefing document as part of the council packet. The result is an overall decrease to the budget of $3,420,162 for a total budget of $74,695,510. Now, in this, in the budget briefing, there was another item that I had identified for your consideration as part of this public hearing, and it centers around the council's previous review of one-time funding requests. When we look at the year-end budget opening, one of the things from the finance side that we are looking at is trying to accommodate and make sure that we can be compliant with the state requirement to limit the amount of fund balance that is held within the general fund. So particularly when it comes to the general fund as well, even though we do the budget and we have our projection for revenues and expenditures, right now, as the budget proposed, it would leave us at 24.5% of our general fund balance limit. The state requirement is a maximum of 25%. So this would leave the city with a high probability of ending the year above the state maximum. And to avoid that, I made a recommendation at the end of this proposal that along with this budget opening that the council might consider appropriating roughly $1.1 million towards this one-time funding project that the council had proposed and previously done. And I'm just going to share that on the screen too as a reminder, and again, to be able to review and see that. Okay, so can you see the one-time funding document? Is that visible for you?
When you
Not
say,
anymore.
can we see it? We can see it. I don't know that we can read it. And it just changed. Now,
That's a long.
Okay,
It's definitely not within our ability to. There we go.
that's
okay. Okay. So we had presented to you some options for one-time funding in consideration as we came towards this year-end budget, and then asked the council if they would prioritize those items. So of the responses that we came back, then we've listed kind of the top 6 items that came up as priority for the council and the recommended funding levels that were associated with that. So those top 3 items are what come up to the $1.1 million that I am recommending be considered for appropriation as part of this year-end budget opening. Now, some of the items that the council would be able to consider as part of this, because I know there was some discussion previously about maintaining the maximum fund balance that we would be allowed to have. That if you really wanted to try to hold at that 25% cap, then as part of the budget opening, you could still appropriate the $1.1 million for these capital project transfers, only under the scenario of as we close out the fiscal year, if revenues come in higher than projected or expenses come in lower than originally anticipated with the budget, that any fund levels above that 25% would go towards funding these projects, starting with priority 1, 2, and 3, and so forth. So I hope I was able to kind of articulate that a little bit in your council packets for you to look at and consider. And then I'm going to just see if you have any questions concerning the material that was received or as it relates to this budget opening.
The only thing I wanted to, well, not the only thing, but I wanted to bring up there's an item for streets and roads that was added. That was one thing that wasn't on the list that I put in my list that I felt that I think we should put toward. I don't think anyone had an opportunity to look at that. I feel like we always are doing the best we can with our infrastructure. And I thought if we had some one-time funding, it'd be nice to help improve some of the roads that we are struggling with to get funds that aren't new. So I had that as one of my top priorities, is to get the roads.
I'd agree with the roads being a higher priority than our number 3. Although I love the concept of the bronze statue, I do not feel comfortable at all about making that a priority in this particular opening of the budget. I don't know how the rest of the council feels on that. But the other things I feel are within understanding. I feel just it would be an extravagant amount of money to be dropping on a statue at this time. Everything else can be within range, in my understanding, my feeling and opinion at least. So I do not support the bronze statue being a part of the budget opening at this time, just my opinion.
Mayor, if I could just explain kind of the scoring on that and how that all kind of functioned, is basically for those who responded back with their priority list, if they ranked them as number 1, it had a 5 and so on. So what we did is that's the score column. However, there were a couple that I know one councilman indicated that they're not responding back necessarily for a priority because they would support being above our fund balance limit. And so this just consists of those who responded back to the priority list. And then one other item that I will mention that could be considered at least during the public hearing portion, and that is that previously we had approved, and it's not on the one-time funding list because this was not the list, this was you guys' list, but Habitat for Humanity, and some of you will remember this, had done a project in our community last fall with a request for a waiver of the impact fees of $15,200, about $300. And at the time, we didn't have any policy in place, and we also had determined that that would need to be budgeted or allocated funds. And since we weren't prepared to address that at that time, they paid the fees, but still they had a request that we maybe consider that in the budget, and they do need to be budgeted funds. Many of you will remember we had a short discussion on that in May as part of a council or work session, I can't remember. So at least a consideration I would have the council consider is the $15,300 for the Habitat for Humanity project. But anyway, I just wanted to add those 2 comments.
City Manager Roger, what about the other items that got some priority, like the Glock handgun transitions, vehicle graphics? So those are lower dollar amounts.
Yeah, you can see the requested amounts there. So I gotta close some of my windows here. You know, they had support, you can see, but they were lower on the list, and so they had requested 10. And actually, I believe the chief was just in here and he just walked out, and I wished he wouldn't have walked out. But anyway, the Glock handgun, I believe, is one that they believe that they can cover in their operational expenses the end of this year. And of course, we would always recommend that when that's the case. So I don't know if that answered your question.
You're saying it's going to be covered underneath another fund?
he can cover that under his operational expenses. But by then I'd received you guys' responses back.
And does that include the vehicle graphics too, or is that just the handgun?
I believe that it was just the Glock handgun transition, if I remember correctly.
Any questions for Kimberly or city manager? This is a public hearing. Denise, are there any comments?
There are no comments on this item.
Okay. If not, no other additional questions, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
Mayor?
Yes.
This is Mike. Can I just jump in real quick?
Absolutely.
I really hesitated to say anything on this, but in our very high level look on our transportation master plan that we're working on right now, it's showing the roundabout at exit 13 in the future is going to either have to come out or that roundabout expanded drastically to meet our future transportation needs in that area. So just a heads up.
I guess we can close the public hearing and then comment.
Sure.
Are you,
Yeah, I'm ready for that.
are there any other comments, Denise, from the public?
No, there are no other comments on this item.
No comments, period. I'll motion that we close the public hearing on this item.
Ward, second.
Have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Cliff, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
It's closed. Go ahead, Councilman.
You know, it's interesting how much things can change when a virus breaks out. I remember this was pre-COVID, some of these one-time funding priorities, and I think a lot of our priorities have changed a little bit. I don't want to speak for everyone, but I know for me, that's the case. I'm wondering if that item 3 on one-time funding requests might be more appropriately moved to a capital projects list for a future year, for a future fund. I know that may or may not happen with the artist, but that may be more appropriate at this point, is to move that off. And I also like I like the idea of working toward the pump park. I like the idea of working toward the expansion. I don't like the idea of getting below 25% fund balance. So I do like that option of only appropriating possibly to those top 2 items as fund balance permits to keep us at that 25%, the max the state allows. I'd love your feedback. I'm just kind of giving you some thoughts about getting the conversation going on what I'm seeing right now.
Councilman Staley, I really appreciate your wisdom and how you approach that, and also just the recognition of where we were when we first put this out. I appreciate that perspective because it helped me kind of gather my thoughts a little bit more too. I do like the idea of keeping our fund balance as healthy as we possibly can, because real issues come upon us very dynamically in these past few months, and keeping that open, I think, would be wise. There's a lot of things that I feel like we push for ideas, but getting a better perspective from what we're trying to do in the future. I appreciate Mike Shaw talking about the concept of where we'd be putting a significant investment. And that helped out a lot. I lean more towards where Councilman Staley was going with his direction of maybe not doing as much in this particular opening and keeping that fund balance higher. And I second the idea of the bronze statue for item number 3 to be put off to a better time, and also in a different way of covering that cost.
Mike, can you elaborate some more on exit 13? Can you give me an idea of a time frame that you're thinking there?
Well, we're hoping to bring the transportation master plan to the council in late August, first part of September. And that will have that nailed down by then.
So, but I guess so then are you suggesting that we should maybe consider holding some money or back for that in this consideration, or
I don't know that I'm suggesting anything. I just wanted you to know that there's going to have to be a decision made on that roundabout in the future. An expansion is going to be acquiring a lot of ground from existing gas stations right now. And that could be very costly, but it's going to be a decision that we'll know more when I get the master plan done, if this is actually a reality, and it'll give us a year that we're going to have to look at that.
Okay, thank you for the heads up. Appreciate that.
If it's okay, Mayor, just another thought here as we consider moving that third one-time funding request option over to a future capital projects. Another thought might be just to flip-flop 1 and 2 as we consider pulling from fund balance to keep that at 25%. It may be that, I mean, obviously a cemetery expansion is critical, and you know, we like the idea of the park. We've been working towards a park, but that's still going to be a process that'll take some time. I'm wondering if we might just flop those priorities, maybe put cemetery expansion 1, park number 2, but only fund to the extent that we can keep our fund balance at 25%. And unless there's some more comment,
I have a little comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, since we are a little bit out on the pump park, or as I like to say, the park in the fields, pump park and park.
Yeah.
But what if we reduce the amount on that at this time? What if we look at $300,000 for that, because we do have some time, and then we can still get. I agree with you on the cemetery. We're removing item 3, but we have some dire needs on our roads. I'd like to put $150,000, $200,000 toward our roads.
Are you thinking like road maintenance, or are you
road
thinking
maintenance?
something
Not new roads,
specifically-
road maintenance is what I'm thinking. Now, I'd asked Mike Shaw what the most appropriate areas of our needs are for those. But if we have those, keep us above the 25%, but put 150 to 200 on the roads, take the pump part down to 300, and then do the 150. And that's kind of, I'm not doing math real fast, so I'm just hoping that number keeps us under the 25%.
I just
keeps us
add that
above.
that fund balance number may change. The legislature is discussing that possibility. There's been requests from several municipalities throughout the state that's asking for an increase. You know, I believe it's kind of in reaction to the COVID-19 and some of those things that's played out. I certainly would agree with removing the bronze statue to a different fund. I think that would be wise. And as far as those other amounts, I'm good with making those changes also.
So I appreciate your point on the legislature potentially looking at this. I suspect that they've been busy with some other things. I know they have talked about it, but the city has kind of hoped for a loosening of that so that we could manage our, they're allowed to have a rainy day fund. We get this pittance little level that we can maintain there. And to Councilman Staley's comment, yeah, the world looks really different right now. I would be in favor of changing anything that would have anything that's frivolous, anything that we could just kind of push off until we are more certain about what the economic status of our city looks like, of our nation, of our world looks like coming out of this. I'm actually fairly hopeful as far as a future outlook for the economy. But I am extremely cautious and would support us taking off the statue. If we had to, if we were forced by mandate to drop below a 25%, I'd like to see it go into things like roads and cemeteries, things that we know we're going to.
I think the consideration is to increase the fund balance rather than reduce it. It would be increased so that you can keep more in it. I believe is a consideration.
Yes, I understand. But at this point, we're making this decision. This is being brought to us because we're going to go above the 25% fund balance.
And we're the last meeting of the fiscal year, right? So we've got to make some decisions, I think, on or risk being over fund balance and
and
they get
making
slapped on the hand.
Well, making a political statement as well. I mean, no, literally, you're holding on to funds at a time when no one can tell you what the future is going to look like.
You know, I've always looked at it from the standpoint that, you know, we exist because the state of Utah says we can incorporate and exist.
Right.
And they allow some local discretion in how we allocate taxpayer dollars. And so I think their point in that, or their goal in that, is to encourage us to spend the money the way that's going to benefit our community the most. But now we're dealing with some uncertainty in how much revenue may change. Yeah.
Well, I hate to get to a point in time where we say, dang it, I really wish we had that money back.
I agree with you, Councilman. I appreciate having said this. Maybe one of the best things to consider at this time with everyone, what they've said, what are the things that we can spend to just reduce it, not blow it, but also what can have the greatest impact and that could be done with this money now. If we have things that are going to be 2-3 years out, maybe we should push those further down the list.
Kimberly, in building off what Councilman Clupp is saying, can you scroll up just a little bit to the paragraph under one-time funding request the other way? Oh, you might be right in the Google sheet. I'm looking at the briefing document, the bottom of page 2, where it could you pull that up?
Yes, I can. Hold on just one second.
Yes, not the ordinance, but the briefing.
Mayor, while she's pulling it up, a couple of things that if it helps, this has been a great discussion, and I would agree with all the comments made, including even the recommendation from the finance. Just so that if it helps, I just 2 days ago talked to Mayor Clove, who of course has had a great interest ever since he was mayor about the statue. We've had a couple of conversations, but again, the most recent just a couple of days ago. And he completely understands that the timing, he would love it, but he completely understands that the timing is a difficult timing to be making that sort of a choice. The only other comment I would make would be as it relates to the fund balance. This is going to be an interesting year around the state to see what cities, especially if they were already at their maximum, are going to end up in excess of their fund balance, which means they just essentially get a note. We've done that before. As a matter of fact, we've consciously done this before prior to moving into the Great Recession. And now we have a different auditor, state auditor. We can't, of course, recommend to the council that they violate the statute. But you know, we do recognize that you make decisions. Councilman Staley's comment, you guys make decisions that are in the best interest of the city and weigh those things out. So I think those are great points that you brought up.
Councilman Staley, is this the document that you were wanting to see now? Which is just the briefing summary where you could see the bottom. I do want to also share and mention with the council that as of right now, the sales tax that we will receive, our distribution for April, which comes in May, we have received the numbers on that and they are coming in higher than projected. So again, knowing that scenario, this is part of why I put in this request, you know, that the council consider appropriating with the understanding that we will only appropriate if we do come in above that 25%. The other item to remember when it comes with fund balance in regards to the state and the purpose behind it and why it is that the state has also set a minimum level of fund balance, which is 5%. And the purpose of that 5% is because under the state's analysis that they have done, that 5% of a general fund is enough money to get a city by for a year until they could basically adjust revenue resources that might be needed to fund ongoing needs for the community. Now, we are mindful that obviously in an economic downturn, you don't want to have to be going to that community to go to taxes and things like that to be able to fund additional services. And with that in mind, our council adopted a policy that they would try to hold fund balance basically at a 15% level. Based on my experience under the Great Recession and that we did, that Washington City would be able to withstand anything at this point that we're seeing as a result of COVID-19, as long as the council maintained the fund balance at a minimum of the 15%, and that would get us by for at least 3 or more years. And with the city's continued growth that has not been impacted at this point with COVID-19, really looking at revenue restrictions as a result of COVID-19 that would impact our citizens to a taxation level is not something from the finance department that we foresee.
On this bottom paragraph, we're talking about appropriating 1.1 million.
Yes.
Take fund balance down to about 19.57%. You know, is there a number that would take us to the 25%, but not below it, right? So that we max the fund balance, and we might have another number to look at within.
So the budget as proposed to you right now, without any consideration for that, would leave us at 24.5% of fund balance. So if you basically, if you don't appropriate anything, it's going to leave us at the maximum.
Because I thought we were wanting to appropriate in order not to be over the maximum. Did I miss something, or did we miss? I'm getting some nods like we all kind of thought that.
I'm confused on the 19.57.
Can I help there? And Kimberly can correct me. What we're saying is right now with what we're estimating, we still have a week left to go with the budget that we're proposing, but it's also possible that those numbers will come in, those expense numbers might come in lower. And in the event that those happen, what we're asking is that the finance department or staff have the authority to make sure that we don't exceed the 25% based upon your priorities. Is that correct, Kimberly? Is that fair?
That would be correct. And from a revenue standpoint, we have 2 additional months of tax property or sales tax money that will roll in as we close this fiscal year out.
So I'm understanding if we spend nothing, we're at 24.5%. So if we chose not to do any of these, that's where we are estimated to be at, 24.5%.
Correct.
If everything comes in exactly as the budget we're proposing to you.
Yes. And if we spend the 1.1
revenue
comes
or
in,
expense, then they would like the authority to allocate.
yeah. So if we spend the 1.1, that includes everything within your projections as well, right? That would drop us to 19.57 if everything comes in right and we spend the 1.1 million.
That's right. If we spent all the expenses that are budgeted and the revenue came in exactly as is currently planned in this budget, and you still allocated this 1.1 million, it would drop us down to this 19.57%. Okay. But we do not believe that we will come in exactly at budget. It's never happened ever. I mean, budgets are basically an analysis, a projection. You have all kinds of modeling that you do. And so there's a very high probability that we will end the year with a higher fund balance than the 25%. And so we're trying to add some mitigating steps to help account for that.
What is your best guess on a number to allocate in order to stay at the 25%? But
even a range of 23 to 25, give them some leverage there.
Are you talking, I mean, I'm just doing some simple math. I'm cutting 1.1 million in half and thinking that's a reasonable number, but I haven't done the deep dive like
so I got a question for what's that with being new? What has the past councils done to keep that? What are we typically at? Are we at 25%? Or I just am curious what the past 4 years have been.
The previous council worked really hard to get where you're at.
Exactly.
This is a new problem.
4 years ago, 5 years ago, it was not like this. And
it's
so
also a unique problem because, you know, I just don't want to get into a situation. We gave some money away to a good organization that helped give a little bit of money to some of the local businesses in the area to help them create a bridge to some of the federal money that was coming through. I just will feel absolutely horrible if at a certain point we're having to turn off power on people and we're having to do things like that because we don't have enough money in the city to keep things running. So we have to toe a line that isn't helpful in the midst of a crisis.
I guess with me as I'm looking at this, are any of these improvements absolutely necessary and eminent right now? Though they are all valid, they are all worthy, they are all having a merit to our community, I'm also looking at the value of having an ability to help our community when so many things are in flux. I feel like we're kind of beating a horse on this, and I should probably back down. But I want to make sure that I'd rather really flirt with keeping this fund balance as high as we possibly can under so many uncertain times.
I would just also like to remind the council in regards to that, and particularly with the impact to our citizens for COVID-19, that the CARES Act funds that will become available to the city could be utilized towards grant programs that help offset, that your citizens could apply for some of those types of needs. Now, there's a lot of stuff that's still being reviewed and researched, but part of that is to be able to offer some grant type funding programs through our city. So we do have a specific revenue resource that's allocated to the city to try to address those specific needs. So when the question was, what is the best estimate? My best estimate is what I put in front of you. That's a 5% variation. So if we have a 5% variation in the budget as proposed to you, it's going to amount to $1.1 million. So my request was that we appropriate this to capital projects. Now, again, at whatever level you decided that you wanted to reduce that, if it was for, what you talked about with the roads, the cemetery is very much a high priority. We really do need to consider that one. Your road maintenance is a very high priority. Those would be the two items in terms of the question about very specific needs that might be on that list that you would want to be able to address if possible.
And build on that, Kimberly, and maybe throw out this is just a basis for discussion. But what if we looked at something like cemetery, 150,000, pump park, 250,000, roads, 150,000. That's 550,000. It's half of it. It seems to be the best guess to keep a 19.57% at 25%.
One of my points with that, I love that you're starting that discussion, because this is where I think we kind of got to get to at this point. My feeling is I think we should fully fund our cemetery expansion, because it can be done
300,000
to the 300, and then after that, I mean, I'm thinking moving more towards the $500,000 number with you. I agree with you, Councilman Staley. At that point, we can fully fund something that needs to be addressed, that's a high concern, and then come down from there. Really, after that, I'm fine for a discussion, but I would like to propose going with your thought of going to the 500,000. I do appreciate that.
I agree. I don't know if we should fully, on the cemetery, I don't know. I'll have to, maybe Barry can answer this. What is the full 300,000 going to? Is it, I'm just curious if we can do a portion of it, or do we need the full 300 to get any of the project done?
So the reason that we requested 150,000 again is because the project was estimated at 300,000, and it was our we thought that had been put in last year, and I guess it hasn't. Is that correct, Kimberly? So really, this year would be the $150,000, which would be the max if that was put in there. Now I've looked at some different ways, thinking that if I only have $150,000 in there, what I could do to do that the best I could and still be able to put plots there that we need. There are some things that I'm working on and trying to do. One of those would be to, instead of taking the whole, the grass out that's there right now, would be to pull in pipe and wire and stuff and leave the existing grass and not do that and do the grading and all that. I still don't know exactly how much that's going to be to do that. It's just kind of a guess for the $150,000, but that might be a little bit short. So I will be as careful and as creative as I can to get that done for whatever money that's appropriated for it.
But Barry, aren't we really there? I mean, we really have kind of postponed to the point. I know Denise has commented on several occasions that the plot sales have got her nervous about.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely, we have to, we'll start on that as soon as we can. I mean, I've got design and plans being worked on that right now to have that done. We will start that this fall. And we'll, here in the next little while.
Thank you. Kimberly, you have your hand.
Yes, I also wanted to just remind the council when it comes to capital projects. So if you were to appropriate an additional $150,000 for the cemetery project, that would put our project at a $300,000 budget. With capital projects, if the budget comes under budget, that money cannot be used for other things. It goes back to the council for reappropriation somewhere else. So we do have that protection if that was a concern about, do you really need to spend that level of funding?
Exactly. We would use no more than what we need, try to do it as best we could, and then that would go back in, as Kimberly said.
I wasn't concerned about that aspect. I was just trying to spread it around is kind of what I was after is that, I mean, I look at the park is a big deal, but I mean, we're a few years down the road. I'd hate to allocate so much money to it when we have some dire needs in roads and cemetery. So I would propose that if we're going to go with the $300,000 for the cemetery, then it just doesn't leave very much money for the park and the roads. And I think you need at least 150 to 200 for the roads. But I don't want to cut the park either. So that's why I'm torn, because I think we have to start somewhere to start funding the park out in the fields that we need.
But we can address this going forward though, too. If we need to make adjustments and we can see how it plays out as the numbers come in. I think you've got a great start. I think makes a good point, but I also think that we can adjust it going forward and see where we're at and the numbers come in.
Staff, at this point, if there were some dollars appropriated towards a park in the fields, let's say it was 100 or 150 or 200 or whatever that number may be, how would it be used? Would it be used as part of the RFP, or what would that be used, and how could it be, considering the phase, which is the starting point of this park, where is it needed at this point, or otherwise would you just hold it and accumulate for future costs?
Well, we would want to, at some point, once we've identified a location, begin some conceptual planning. So you'd certainly want some conceptual planning funds set aside, which I don't think are excessive, but you'd need sufficient. And I think, and we would even need some of that in the application process. And I'm going to let Barry jump in here as well. But I think initially, again, depending on what direction we go, if we end up with going RMPP, that's going to take this amount of time. If we go through some sort of a private purchase, it might be a quicker period of time, but then we may need funds to do private purchasing. So, but for sure, we would need probably some conceptual funds to begin with, and also for the council to get their teeth into it to decide exactly what they want and to be prepared to get pricing.
Well, Roger, within that, is there though one may have a different price tag and timeline, is there a good estimate of what we could appropriate for that official phase to get design work and back to the council? Because we have the ability to come back to this and address it through the funding.
We've got RAP tax.
Yeah, but can we get that basic thing? I agree, setting aside that amount to where we can move forward with ideas. I'm assuming it's not $300,000 or $500,000. What would be a reasonable amount of money for us to set aside for something like that to get us through those first conceptual designs and direction?
And I'm going to toss that one over to Barry. Barry, what would you say, just the conceptual design work of something like this?
Well, that I'm not really sure until we have an idea of exactly what's going to go there. It depends on what the scope of that project is going to be. which I don't think has been really decided
Question I'd like to toss out to Barry. For example, we have $500,000 slated right now. If we cut that down into, say, a fifth and left $100,000 left into that, with the intent of having that available and knowing that we can come back and discuss this, would that
$100,000 is plenty. I mean, it's you know, way plenty to be able to do.
I think within the commitment of the
all those things. That's
I apologize.
whatever was left over, whatever was in there, we would. Going back to your question earlier, what would that money be? And it would just be set aside how we thought the cemetery money was, just to be there when we needed to start doing it. But yeah, $100,000 is more than enough to be able to do that. That's no question.
I think it's a commitment in this. I think all the council is very interested in moving forward a park in the fields and definitely be able to come back and work on this. I feel more comfortable reducing that to $100,000 based off the information they gave us.
And I like the idea that it's tagged with, let's get a conceptual.
Exactly.
It lets us get out of the gate and get some ideas going. So I like that. I like the cemetery. Councilman Coates, you brought up roads. What are you thinking there as we're looking at that 500, 550 range? Are you penciling in some numbers there?
No, what I'm thinking with what I've heard is that I'm thinking 200 for the roads. Well, I'm gonna jump to 600 in my mind. 200 for the roads, 300 for the cemetery, and then 100 for the pump park is kind of where I'm landing. I know it's a little more than what we kind of talked about, but I kind of think that gives us some, helps us with the roads, helps us with the cemetery, and then the pump park gets us conceptual stuff.
Is Mike Shaw still on? Can he weigh in on that as to what on the roads and what immediate needs are and how that money would be spent, and if that's enough or not enough, or what the needs are?
Well, it's never enough for roads.
Thanks, Mike.
We definitely can use the money. We've got some major work we've got to do on our major roads, Washington Fields Road, Washington Dam Road, where we're going to have to go in and mill them and overlay them just because our traffic loading that we've got on those roads. So we were going to pretty much pull off our slurry project for the upcoming year to take care of these roads before they fall apart anymore.
Right. No, I do appreciate investing in
This
our.
will help us to actually even do some slurry next year as well and keep up with our basically subdivision roads.
And I totally agree with that. I support Mike in that. I mean, I think we could pull stuff off some of those parks and do some planning and have that go to where it's needed, because I think that's so important also.
I feel much better about that.
Would anybody have a problem if I took a stab?
Councilman, real quick.
Sure.
Mayor, could we have, just so that I know, could we have just a little discussion by the council with regards to the Habitat for Humanity
we were talking
item as well? It was 15,300. And again, that is your discretion. It has to be budgeted funds, as we had talked about before. And so again, we had promised at least Habitat for Humanity, we would bring it back to you. And that's the purpose we're here before you. So if you could just have some discussion about that to give us some guidance on that.
We're paying the impact fees, correct? Like they are asking.
They've already paid them, so that's my clarification. We would be giving that money back after they've already paid it, right?
Yeah, so they paid the impact fees. They're complete. What we would be doing is out of a donation, this would be allocated funds. This would be allocated funds from the city that would go back to them. But basically, if it would have been done at the front end, we would have taken care of those from allocated funds.
Beautiful.
That makes sense? So they would get it back. They would get it back. It would just not, it would come from the, and again, our whole intention is always say our impact fee funds have to stay intact because they're based upon real studies. So if the council chooses to waive some based upon our previous discussion of policy, then we will allocate funds within the budget to cover those and not just simply say, we're not going to collect it. We're going to forego them. Now they paid everything. They're whole, but they have requested still that the council consider that those be taken care of. And again, they would just come out of allocated funds from the city. So essentially, if we approve these projects in the future, it's the city from other funds that are taking care of whatever we grant relief for them.
Thank you. I've worked with Habitat for Humanity for years on their houses, and it's a good program. It provides, it sounds like this is one home for one family. It's something, like I said, I've participated in for a long time. You know, it does definitely benefit the one family. They go through a great vetting process to be eligible for the home. And like I said, I've been a part of it. I support it. But it does affect one family for that amount of money. I'm not against it, just wanted to clarify that.
Kimberly, can you just correct me if I'm wrong here? Technically, we could basically leave the budget the way it is and close it out, wait for and watch to see what actually happens as far as money coming in and expenses going out, and do an opening of the budget at a later time. If when we have a clear understanding of some of the current needs and issues going on. And the only time we would actually get a letter from the state dinging us for going above 25% is if, in fact, the funds we collect and the expenditure, if we actually do collect more than what we have now, and we could actually. So I guess the part that I'm not completely clear about is how much latitude we have for making a budget opening very near that time to maybe avoid it if we decide we just really can't handle a letter from the state auditor.
Okay, to answer that question, today is the day. So today is the last day that we can open and amend the budget. It's the last council meeting of this fiscal year. So the fiscal year closes June 30th, but we still have revenue that will have to roll in over, there's about a 2-month closeout period that takes place. And so that's a big part of the unknown right now. And so to address those needs, again, that was why I put in the recommendation that would say, we're going to approve this, but only if the money comes in above 25%, and then here's our priority. So that would hopefully meet the council's needs of, we want to hold our fund balance at 25%, and also meet my accounting needs of staying state compliant, that we only transfer excess money above that. And in order to, I'd hate for us to go through all this effort and to still go over. And so I would like the council to be willing to consider possibly this, which would be with those one-time funds, in addition to the Habitat for Humanity, that the council be willing to consider as priority one, the cemetery, and we only need 150,000. We already have 150,000 set aside that we did in the current budget year, and we're trying to add an additional 150,000. So 150 is all we need. So the cemetery would be priority number one. Putting some funding aside for the pump park, whatever that would be, if it was $100,000, that would be priority two, to do the design. Now, all you're doing is allocating us an appropriation. You're not approving a budget to spend any money on the pump park. So that would still come to the council once we have true numbers for what it might take to do design and additional concepts. So there's no worries there. And if you do want to put appropriate an amount higher than the 150, again, that money is just being set aside, can't be spent until it's actually approved as a budget item within the capital project fund. And at any time, the council could come together and basically, if a higher priority came up, you could move money between that project and another project. The third priority would be the funding of roads. And I would like to request that the council authorize up to $500,000 to go towards road maintenance. Again, all this contingent upon the fund balance levels coming up to above the 25%. So I'm looking for the council to designate an appropriation of a total of at least $750,000. Again, with the understanding that we would only do it if it goes above, or if the council wants to say, well, yes, on the 150 for cemetery, but everything else only if it goes above the 100, above the 25%. But I would feel more comfortable if the council would be willing to commit a level around $750,000
I guess I have a question with that. That's it, one little small asterisk change to that. If we're going to base this off of having over 25%, feeling the investment from Habitat from Humanity has already done their part. I like that and make that more of a commitment rather than above the 25%. I like that to be a solid. I think that's such a valued and a high need resource in our community. But after that, I'm open to council's opinion on that. I can see your wisdom in what you're representing to us, Kimberly.
I appreciate that too. I do. I think we need to flip flop the park and the roads. And now I'm not saying the amount. I'm saying flip flop the priority,
Right.
but not up to 500, because I'd hate to have to say, well, all of our money has to go to that item too until we have 500.
Correct.
I still think we need to prioritize to what I kind of stated before, the 600,000 plus the other item, but anything above that can go because I want to make sure we get the 100,000 for the park as well. I guess is what I'm saying.
Right.
200 for. Well, I guess it's different because you're saying we only need 150 now
Right.
for the cemetery. So if we only need 150, then I'm saying 150 for
Should
the
I throw out
cemetery.
a number here? See if
Throw
we're on
some
the same
numbers.
page. 150,000 cemetery, 15,300 Habitat, 350 roads, 100 park design.
That totals to
615, 300.
I'm for that. But I want the roads to stop at like a certain amount so that we don't lose out on the park as well. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to word that.
Just so I guess what I'm saying is that
do we just allocate?
Maybe we have a fourth priority of any additional funds up to we'll go to the roads.
So priority 1 is cemetery, priority 2 is Habitat, 3 park, and additional up to 350 is number 4 for roads.
No, I'm saying number 1 is humanitarian. Number 2 is the cemetery for 150. Item 3 is the roads up to 300, and then it's the park for 100, and then after that it's the remainder to the roads. Does that make sense, or am I just?
That makes sense. Yeah.
What I'm trying to see is you're giving them a priority, but is that just a placeholder? Because it seems that we have enough money for all those things. So the priority.
But my concern is, what if we fall short? I would hate to impact the money we want to send toward this park,
So that's
because
kinda
we
like
have
your
so much in
secondary.
the roads. I want the money toward the roads, but I'm saying, I mean, in my mind, between 200 and 300,000, that's where we cap that one and then transition it to the next priority. And then if we end up going past that, then we can kick it back to the roads.
Keeping in mind, this is a 5% representation that's been put before us if we spend $1.1 million. So I think we're still within a good, safe number. And so if it's to fund all of these, and if we're still having to spend to stay underneath that number, then that money kicks in to go into the roads at that point to fund the rest of the roads. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's a
But
great.
Kimberly,
idea.
the amount we're working on is the 750,000. Isn't that what we?
That's what she recommended.
That's what she recommended.
I think we'd come down.
So at a minimum, so obviously my recommendation is still the $1.1 million with the understanding that you have these tiers that ratchet up, okay, that you guys have talked about. But if you're not comfortable, again, because that 1.1 is, you're correct, it only represents a 5% variation in what we're projecting this year in budget look like for the general fund. So if I have a variation greater than that, the 1.1 is still going to cause me a problem. So based on but at a minimum, if you wanted to and you didn't feel comfortable at all with that, then I would say, please get me to the 750, but I'll take whatever you can. But it sounded like from your priorities, what you were wanting to do is what you talked about. You've got your Habitat, you've got your cemetery, you're going to do 300,000 to roads. Then it's going to go back to the pump park until we fund the pump park to whatever level you decided. And then anything above that, it would go back to the roads, okay, until as long as all this was above the 25% state maximum.
Oh, and I've got to mention again, I mean, it's not the end of the world, okay? If $1 goes over the 25%, basically we get a note. Okay, and it basically says you've exceeded you've exceeded the fund balance limit. So, I mean, that can happen very easily in today's world where we don't know precisely because they're two moving targets. There's your end of year revenue, or that is a percentage of your end of year fund balance. And so those are two moving targets. So yes, it's nice to avoid the note. Yes, it's nice to be below that. But again, I wouldn't go crazy over the fact that, like I said, I think you're going to find a lot of cities are going to struggle this year with that because possibly their revenues are going to drop down at this last minute, which is going to push their percentages up.
This is what I'm proposing because I think it's worth taking whatever it's worth, slap on the hand or whatever. And I'm proposing the 15 for the humanitarian, cemetery 150, roads 300, parks 100, and just call it.
I have the same thing written down.
I'm okay with framing that note.
How much was the road? Did you have roads?
300.
Yeah, I think Kimberly's right. We're probably going to end up a little bit over on fund balance, but I'm looking at that 19.57 and the 25 and the 1.1, and I'm thinking we're going to be really close. I think this is our best estimate, and I think we're I'm feeling a consensus.
Give it to me again.
Okay, so I got 15,300.
Habitat for Humanity.
Habitat for Humanity. Cemetery is 150,000.
Right.
Roads 300,000. Parks for the park 100,000 for conceptual. Right. That's a total of 565,300. Unless you feel like we need to add some more money somewhere else. You're saying to get to 600.
Mm-hmm. Just leave a number. Just add that extra money into the park and just make it even 600. So
fine. So you add another 45,000 to the 35,000. Wow, 37,700.
34,000.
34,700.
It's 100,000. 34,700.
Yes. I'm good with that.
I feel what I feel the council moving towards is we're just really trying to be extremely aware of the needs of our community at uncertain times, but at the same time move forward. I appreciate the discussion of us moving forward and going a little bit lower based off the fact that there's so many unknowns. Not to say that we have to be fearful and hide in our shells, but at the same time being extremely cautious and hopefully join that short list of people with excessive fund balances at the end of the year and see how that changes the legislation. I'd like to keep that as high as we can.
Is there any further discussion?
You took it up to, you're talking about going up to 600,000?
600,000.
You put the remainder where?
To the park.
In the parks.
134,700. Thank you.
So if there's no further discussion.
This was just a discussion after the public hearing. We need to go to item 8, the resolution. So we'll move on to item 8A, consideration to approve a resolution opening and amending the 2019-2020 fiscal year budget.
Mayor, I just want to, for the council's sake, throw out what the total will be so that if we do have a motion on this, based on the recommendations that the council has made, the new budget total will be $75,295,510. And then I do need in the motion, if there is a limitation on the appropriation, that those only occur if the fund balance is, that it's based on those priorities listed as fund balances available above the 25%. You would need to include that in your motion.
Got that?
I don't.
Would you state that again,
the
please?
number again for me?
Yes, and I did put it in the chat, so you can pull it up in front of you if you want. But it's $75,295,510.
And that was.
And that is adding that 600,000 that was discussed. So that's taking what's in the budget proposal, adding 600,000, and in the priorities you guys identified.
So what was the other item you said we had to address in our up to the 25%?
So it's an limit appropriation.
if you were wanting to put any restrictions on that appropriation, that it only occur if the fund balance is above 25%. Otherwise, if you're okay, you don't have to say anything and the appropriation happens regardless, but it potentially will bring us under the 25.
Okay. If there's no other further discussion, I'll give this a shot. I'll make a motion. We approve the resolution to open and amend the 2019-2020 fiscal year budget outlined by staff with the increase of the items represented by staff to the total amount of $75,295,510, with the one-time funding being first the $15,300 for the Habitat for Humanity, the second priority being the cemetery for $150,000, the third priority being the $300,000 for the roads, and the fourth priority is for concept ideas for the park in the Washington Fields area for $134,700.
Can I ask if you'll add something? Yep. And then I'll want to second your motion. Just can we move those, the additional, put the pump park on the capital facilities plan and the artwork, the bronze work to the capital facilities plan? I mean, maybe this isn't the place to put that on. Maybe the minutes is good enough. I don't know if I want to make that a part of my motion, but I'll second your motion as it stands, and we'll look at that.
Councilman, we can do that. We can move that over and handle it that way for you guys to have consideration down the road.
Okay, great. Second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye. Ward, aye. Staley, aye.
Okay, that passes 4-1. Okay, item B, consideration to approve a resolution authorizing the Washington City new Public Safety and Firefighter Department's Tier 2 contributory retirement system. Human Resource Director Ruth Holyoke.
Thank you, Mayor, and hello, Council. Can you all hear me okay?
Pretty good.
Okay, I'll talk a little bit louder. I'm grateful to be able to bring to you the resolution regarding the new Public Safety and Firefighter Tier 2 retirement contributions. I thought I would just start, you guys have all had a chance to read this over, but I thought I would just share with you a little bit about the funds, where we're to, and why the changes, and why the consideration to adopt this resolution. Washington City has always fully funded all of our funds. We have got Tier 1s and Tier 2s. We have 3 different funds. We have the police, fire, and regular employee funds for both Tier 1s and Tier 2s. We are mandated to pay those contributions, and we have fully funded those contributions. Recently, URS has made some enhancements to the Tier 2 retirement contribution fundings. They have added some additional benefits. With those additional benefits come at a cost. It's 2.27%. That cost is a mandatory cost, and it is at the employee's expense. I am making the recommendation that we have the option to pick up that 2.27% by the regulations of URS. And I would like to see us pick up that to 2.27%. based upon the demands in the fire department and the demands in the police department, the difficulties in hiring and retaining good qualified applicants, as well as providing a comparable retirement package for Tier 2. I feel like we need to pick up that additional 2.27%. The total cost for that for both funds is around $40,000.
Can I just add to that too, as we've surveyed other cities around the state, we've found that the majority of the other cities are presenting to this to their councils precisely like this. So with a recommendation that it be a city funded benefit, not an employee funded benefit. Just thought I'd let you know that.
I really like this, Ruth. And I'm glad the other cities are doing this as well. A couple of questions. One is, I guess they call it that's actually the name, New Public Safety Firefighter.
It is called the New Public Safety and Firefighter Tier 2 Contributory Retirement System.
And that's bolded in the actual resolution, so that probably doesn't need to be bolded, but that could just be regular font there. And then in reading the resolution, it doesn't specify that that 2.27%. So and I think this is a great thing to fund that, but it sounds like it's possible that that percentage of contribution could change, and this resolution would adapt to any changes in contributions going forward.
Correct. That's why the 2.27 is not specified, because as we would not want to have to revise that recommendation on an ongoing basis. The funding does not change often in the departments and across the board on all of our funds. However, it is subject to change, and with those changes, we would want the ongoing pickup of the additional increases.
That makes sense. I like that. Thank you, Ruth.
Any additional comments to Ruth? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
Privileged to make this motion. Motion to approve a resolution authorizing Washington City new Public Safety and Fire Department Tier 2 Contributory Retirement System of 2.2%, total $40,086.
Second. Clough.
I have a motion and a second.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Item C, consideration to approve a resolution adopting a low-impact development application guidance. Assistant Public Works Director. Lester Dalton.
Mayor and Council, as previously discussed in the workshop meeting before this, hopefully all your questions have been answered. Maybe you've had a little time to think about it and have some additional questions.
Yeah. Are we ready for motion?
Ready.
I don't think any of us want to talk about it.
We've talked about it. If you want, we can go ahead. Let's start.
No.
Yeah, I just make a motion that we table this. We previously discussed that we would do some more study, education, and try to come up with the best plan that we can.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Clough.
Dan Clough was second.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
All right, thank you. It's tabled. Item 9, ordinance. Consideration to approve an ordinance amending the Washington City Code by replacing Chapter 7, Post-Construction Stormwater Management of Title 8, Building Codes and Construction Regulations in order to comply with current federal and state requirements. Lester Dalton again.
Once again, Mayor and Council, this is kind of a tag along to the previous item. If the choice is to table the previous item, I would recommend we probably do the same here.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we table the ordinance 9A, considering to approve the ordinance amending the Washington City Code by replacing Chapter 7, Post-Construction Stormwater Management of Title 8, Building Codes and Construction Regulations.
Ward, second.
A motion and a second.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, thank you. That is tabled also. Anything to report from your assigned committees?
I have one, Mayor. You guys got a good update on the county fair and its impact to our city with the parade coming up and the kickoff. One little gem for you to know that we were able to also select our representatives. Oh gosh, what I just read about. Yeah. Oh yes, we were. Forgive me, my mind just went blank. To select our grand marshal in that parade for the county, and those grand marshals this year will be Evan and Faith Steepley. And so, looking forward to their participation. Looking forward to how our city will be able to participate. One of the things that was brought forward in the meeting was looking for ways in which we can provide floats
One that was brought back that was asked for me to kind of pique the council's interest is that the council would be technically the first float after the Grand Marshals and Vanguard stuff. So we've done really good with the carts. If we want to cart it up again, we can. But if we want to do something else, it'd be a great opportunity. We could put our city youth council, however we want to do this, but maybe we want to have a better presence in this parade, being a county parade. I don't know. But they asked me to drop that on the council so I could get some eyebrows and maybe some conversation on that if we'd like to do something more in that parade. It's just a point of conversation at this point, but we could if we'd like to.
I'm just disappointed we can't throw candy.
I know that was one thing that just still, we've had some fun candy throwing experiences, but really limited at this time of how we can disperse things in the public.
Honestly, I can't think of a better couple for the Grand Marshal than the State Police. So really well done, Councilman. And as far as I'm concerned, that being your committee assignment, I'm happy to follow whatever you recommend.
Any feelings on the council about floats or anything like that?
I guess I just heard the can't throw candy differently than somebody else. My understanding is if you put it in a mask, you can.
We might have to spend some extra money on masks. This is our way of expensing those extra precautionary measures. Candy is all wrapped in masks. I would not be opposed to adding to the candy budget mask covering and handing out with gloves. I don't know. I see those parades. There's such a joy with that little extra sweetness to the kids and everything. I'm up for ideas, Councilman Ward. I would do it shamelessly. So,
Councilman Clough, we have some time. Let's put our mind, kind of think about it, mull it over, and come back with some.
I would appreciate some feedback on that, especially as it relates to what can we do to add a presence of Washington City in front of a beautiful opportunity in our county parade. And so it's something that please drop lots of ideas and let's see if we can get some motion. We have an amazing youth council. We have a beautiful group of our pageantry. We have some unique council members now. I look forward to us as a city really celebrating this and finding a way to make this really sound good. So please send ideas. And we do have an opportunity before this comes forward to put a little bit more conversation on it as a council. So please throw some ideas and maybe we can put this on a workshop or to a council agenda to do more.
And the date of that parade is Tuesday, August 4th for those.
Correct. So it starts at 6, I believe. Oh, is it 6?
The parade starts at 7. The kickoff celebration's at 8, but we'll probably be staging around 6. So,
yeah.
Anyway, it's coming right up.
Yep.
Yes, I have some from my committee assignments. As you may have heard earlier tonight, Denise swore in our new youth council. And it was exciting. There was a lot of parents out there and the kids, and it's just a wonderful experience to be with them. The motto this year is make your own path. So in light of things in the world, that sounds like a very apropos. One thing that's very unique this last week is that the Utah League of Cities and Towns had a legislative policy committee meeting. And that is unusual because they're usually held during the legislative session. And during that Zoom webcast, they talked about and updated the members with some things. And let me just go over them quickly. Just to give you an idea, this was called the June special session. They talked about HB 5002, which was open and public meetings. It just has to deal with the anchor location and the needs for that. HB 5007 is a peace officer amendment. SB 5006 is public safety workers protection amendments. And I can go into more detail if anyone would like to talk after. I'm not going to take time to go into each of them right now. And then SB 5004 is the municipal annexation amendments, which is tantalizing, but again, I won't go into that now. HJR 504 is a joint resolution further extending the state of emergency due to infectious disease. The interim issues that were discussed was the CARES Act funding, and I'll go into that in just more than that in just a minute. And then water conservation and HB 374 that passed the legislation or passed both houses in this past legislative session. And now what that means, HB 374 has time limits for plan review and building inspections. And the latest is that they've asked that the cities separate out residential and commercial so that they can make those, they can label them that way. Then there's a public safety update that I won't go into, but then back to the CARES Act funding. There has been apparently our city has already signed the contract, but most municipalities have taken this to their city councils and asked them to review this. What it is to receive funding, the city must enter into a contract with the state, which dictates how the funding can be spent. Funds must be used for expenses related to the COVID-19 pandemic and cannot be used as revenue replacement or for regularly budgeted items. Any funds not spent by November 30th must be returned to the state. And I did ask Kimberly if she would put a list together, and I know that she's reached out to the department heads to try to ascertain those a list of qualifying expenses. I would think that Washington City probably won't have a lot of expenditures that would be covered with the CARES Act, but I would propose using the money for larger items. One example would be to use it for the greater small business resolution fund that can be used for that, and also some equipment that we've talked about a little bit, but not exactly, but this could be used for this also, to buy portable trailers and that have hand washing stations and portable messaging boards that you could use not only, mainly during larger events. And then also you could purchase the Aeroclave disinfectant tool that we had on our one-time funding list. Use that for larger events. And then if we want the money to benefit our local economy, we should probably structure something locally to help as many people, here as we can. I know the provision in the contract that stood out to me was the potential for a small business grant program. And just to review that just a little bit, a grant is better than a loan for small businesses because the process to acquire and the work to get the loan approved is much less where it's a grant program rather than a loan. And I know that was a mouthful, but there's a lot going on for my committees right now. And again, council, if any of you would like to hear more about any of those legislative items, I can give you details. Some of them really will have impact to our cities. And the last thing I want to mention, and I still affectionately call this the Councilman Ward Fund, the Rainy Day Fund. They are still talking about that. That's on a tier 3 prioritization. And so it's something that is on the agenda, but it hasn't been decided on yet. They've asked about increasing the funds, but as was mentioned earlier tonight, there's a different treasurer. And so there are some ideas on what that rainy day fund should look like. And there's discussion, but most of the discussion that I hear, it's most council and even some mayors have weighed in that they would like to see that balance be raised to leave more discretion to the municipalities themselves, who really know more about their financial needs than a state agency. So that's a really big mouthful, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one thing on the solid waste board. We're working through, I think I mentioned before on the contracts. There's the contract for the the waste and the contract for the recycling. Some of the things on the recycling, they're looking at doing the opt-out coming up. They're going to do it countywide, so it will all be advertised and a period to do the advertisement of when you can opt out. So it's consistent. Last time, I guess it wasn't consistent between the cities, but they want to keep it consistent so it's clear. And then they give you the option to opt out, and there's either a tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 option based on the pricing. So an example of your 51% or more, you're in tier 1 and your price is lower. Tier 2 is between 41 and 51%, so it just increases it a little bit more. And then if you're between 34 and 41, then it increases some more. Now, if the residents decide that they are under the 34%, then the whole program will be percentage of households that use it in the county.
In the county, yeah.
It's the county. No, the whole county wide. So if less than 34% of the county doesn't want to do it, then they'll just scrap the recycle program. But the other good option, so yeah. The other thing is that the representative from Republic who they don't run the landfill, but they're the ones in the contract negotiations. They offered to come and explain some of this stuff a little better to the council in a workshop if we want to. I mean, we've had multiple meetings on this, and it's a lot more detailed than we have time now to deal with, but just want to bring that to your attention. If you're open to that, I can get them to on a workshop in a couple months or something and kind of explain the process a little better than I can. The other thing that it was brought up is that in the contracts in the first 3 years, both parties have an option to leave the contract if it's not working out. Say the recycling's not making money for either side, or they have options to. And I hope I portrayed that right. That's what I just got from it, but I'll admit I don't have the paper in front of me exactly how it was worded to me, but just something to think about. I think it gives our residents a good option if they don't feel comfortable with the recycling. We know we're in a tough time with it, and in the past it was making money and not so much now, and so it's just one of those things we're dealing with. But it is being sold to the Vegas where they recycle right now. So that's all I have. Thanks, you, Mayor.
Anything over this way?
Kind of some really cool stuff. Our city economic development. I'm just going to read a couple of the goals from Matt Liu's office. Establish a high-end auto mall off of Exit 13. Secure an anchor hospital at Signal Peak Medical Village on the north side of Exit 13. Establish 568 acres of automotive test and recreational site. That one I think requires a little bit more of an explanation. If you haven't heard of that, they would create the testing site, and which would be the anchor point and the draw for other entities to come in to build testing and facilities there, so they could take advantage of that. We could also use that for our police and fire. Very cool concept out by the airport. Facilitate the development of a multi-sport field complex within the city. And so all of these are, it would be that. That's the current proposal that is out there in front of us. So all of these are within the realm of possibility and have some significant progress that's been made on them. None of them are done deals at this point, but it's good to be wanted.
So,
Nice to see some
Councilman Ward, can private citizens take their Camaros out there on that testing facility?
Are you speaking as a private citizen who owns the Camaro?
So I can tell you absolutely yes. Right now, before anybody's purchased anything or done anything, you're more than welcome to run your Camaro out through the city.
You'll probably be trespassing, but besides that,
it's a valid question.
That's right. So very cool. Some cool stuff. So
wow.
interesting to get updates
Washington
on
City
these.
in 1 year to do those things.
What's that?
Well, it's amazing that we have that on our agenda for economic development. What an amazing, amazing thing. That blows my mind.
It's a long meeting. I could go into some more detail here, but
You're doing great, Councilman Ward, on your committee assignment, by the way. So I happen to have the St. George Area Economic Development Committee. The news here is that we have a new president who is a very good man, recently elected to the St. George City Council, Greg MacArthur. So I wanted to just real quick read you what his role is. It says, MacArthur begins his new role in mid-July and will have a number of duties, including new business recruitment, facilitating existing business retention and expansion, building upon existing relationships with community and state leaders, and executing the annual economic summit, which takes place at the Dixie Center every January. So I thought it would be great if each of us as elected officials of Washington City reached out and congratulated Councilmember MacArthur on his new position. It's an exciting position. And I think that will be a nice way to remind him that it's the St. George area. I guess we're part of the Area Economic Development Committee, but really Greg's going to do a fantastic job. And we want to work, obviously support him and work together, because in that role, he'll be, supporting and working with us as well. Planning Commission, some of the commissioners showed up here last week since we've been here the last two. So wondering if that's a thought to start transitioning them to meeting in person and off their iPads and laptops and whatever. And it was really nice to see many of you there at the event a week or two ago where we rode the missing link. That was awesome. That was a really neat event. It was great to see you all there and support that. So, anyway, that's what I have.
Thank you. Just to report, Mike Shaw requested $750,000 from COG to purchase some land down by the temple so that we can start combining that road with the city of St. George, with the intent of buying that piece of property. But we won't use all of it, so we will sell what we don't use back and replace the COG funds. So we were able to get that, and that was good. And the MPO, the county and St. George kind of thought that maybe Suntran would run the ADIT design park route. And we discussed that, and I think Councilman Ivey was there and heard it. And at this point, St. George and the county are getting together to see how feasible that is. And then they're going to come to Washington and see how much we might want to contribute to that. We'll go from there. That's going to happen within, by the time we have our next MPO meeting. So. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And due to the lateness of the hour, I'll just hit on a couple of items, but certainly answer any question you might have. Let me just touch upon both streets and leisure services, which are our high profile items. So the Milepost 11 comment period will close at the end of July. I believe it's about the end of July, well, sometime in July. So a note on that. I know you've all been paying attention to the Main Street, and you can start to see that really starting to take shape. So we're just finishing up some of the road base. The curb and gutter in the medians is all completed. They're working right now on that, on the outer curb and gutter of the roads. And so you can start to see kind of the shape and design of the bulb outs and those type of things as well. Still a few more weeks down the road, but we're making great progress. The signal, we had indicated to you that the signal at Washington Parkway and Telegraph had gotten delayed, the heads on the signal, but those are now available. We're hoping to pick those up next week, and we're hoping that by the second week of July we'll be operational with that traffic signal.
Roger, can I stop you real quick?
Yes.
Are we going to restripe that access on Washington Parkway just a little bit when that light gets in? Because there's no through lane right now, just because.
Yeah. Let me have Mike weigh in on that. He would know better than I would on this.
I believe there is. the restriping that goes along with the signal.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
As it relates to leisure service, probably the big thing that's going on, of course, is the boilers, and it is really coming along very nicely. We've the asphalt's complete, the irrigation's put in, and the sod is complete. Now, of course, what we're doing right now is trying to encourage people not to get on the sod. It needs some time to kind of get settled in. We got some grades there and other things, so it needs just a little time before we're gonna be able to jump around on that. The playgrounds are about 80% complete. We're continuing on doing some plants and some landscaping, and we have the kind of the desert landscaping program going on there that'll be just absolutely beautiful and an added amenity to that location. We're installing cameras throughout. Of course, part of that camera, if you've not walked through the tunnel underneath I-15, that's kind of a neat little feature, and we're hoping that'll connect that side of town to the other side of town. But we've got cameras that'll be, of course, located not only around the park, but through that tunnel process as well. We're really looking right now, Barry's indicating that we're looking at about a soft opening the 1st of August, or right there about, with a more formal ribbon cutting opening in September, when we'll make a bigger splash as it relates to that. But if you haven't driven up, I know it's hard to see. If you haven't driven up and seen it, you ought to go take a quick look at it. It looks beautiful. Just one other item and then a housekeeping item. So Kimberly had referred to the sales tax. I think I'd indicated to you that we're always behind by 3 months on our collections. That's just always the way it's been. So the collection we just received was the month of April. Now, April to me, as I mentioned before, was a key data point, and we wanted that to be able to forecast because April was the 1 month where we had all 30 days of quarantine, whereas March was a partial month and May was a partial month. And so we had no idea what the number would come in with. We kept getting some speculation from the Gardner Institute and others who did a pretty good job, but they, again, were just doing the best they could with not much. And to remind you what happened in March, our March collection number on sales tax was about $75,000 higher than March of 2019. Now in April, so this is where we feel like we were going to go off the cliff. And I don't get it. I think I got an idea, but I don't get it. So in April, we ended up collecting approximately $50,000 more than April of 2019. So that is very positive news. Now we have some speculation. I was talking to St. George the other day. They saw the same phenomena occur. They can't explain it either. We do think that there could still be a dragging impact. So I think all of your conversations this evening were prudent and appropriate, because we feel that whether it was stimulus money that helped prop that up or what, we don't know. But right now we like the numbers. We hope they'll continue along that route. And then finally, just the housekeeping item. We'd sent out to you a couple of weeks ago some training that you're all required to have from the state auditor's office. And I know some of you have completed it. And if you have completed it, or when you do complete it, if you could send your copy of your certificate to Kimberly so that she has a record of that. It's actually quite informative. It'll take 45 minutes to an hour, but it's actually quite informative of a number of items that you as elected officials ought to be aware of. So if you need me to resend that link out to you, I'm happy to do so. And it's a great diploma to hang up in your office as well. So unless there's any questions, I think, Mayor, that's what I'll just kind of conclude with tonight.
All right, thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Super.